I guess it's probably about time I start, isn't it? Hi. Hello. How are we? Some hype emotes in the chat already. A lot of hype right there. 3 whole hypes. That's more hype than I am ever. More hype than I ever deserve. 3 hypes. Hey, how's it going? I'm gonna get... Everyone's gonna start bonking me on it when I say things like that. I should have deployed the tactical laugh track and we'd have been fine. The tactical laugh track would have saved me there. I'd have been fine. Dragon mono today. Is it going to be good? Who knows? Let's find out in a bit, shall we? Give me an interesting day, I think. And we have a lot of like stuff to do before we actually go off and start hunting down fights with people, so sort of a bit of a logisticy type thing we're going to need to do first. We got some evolution items to go and grab. We've got a Pokemon to catch, at least 2 right now. And yeah. Yeah, then we got some leveling to do, I think. And then we can start actually properly getting into the game today. So I always say number 2, I think, is like the second most interesting out of the days. Usually day 1 and day 3 are kind of, yeah, when it comes to the monotypes, because it's the prep day where you're kind of like getting everything ready and doing the early fights when not much happens. And day 3 is like finishing everything to get up to the Elite Four. So again, there's not a huge amount either. But day 2 and 4 are always the best days. So this could be a good one today. We haven't lost yet. So we've only done 2 gyms, of course, but we haven't lost yet. Dragons looked okay. And it's going to be interesting to see how we fare today. So welcome in, Cinderfay. 3 hypes from you as well. That's 6 hypes already in the first 8 minutes of stream. Well, 3 minutes really, since I've actually been here, of course. First 5 minutes is just me sat on a starting soon screen. I actually thought my PNG wasn't going to work today as well, because when I opened OBS, it wasn't appearing for a while. I think it was because obviously it uses an external thing with Fujitech. So I think they were having issues or they couldn't load it or something, because I just saw, usually if the PNG doesn't work because Fujitech's having issues, right? You'll just see like a outline square and then like a picture of a mountain, which is like the kind of symbol that comes up for a PNG. And in my case, I had that like loading for 5 minutes or so before the stream, and I was thinking, we're gonna have to do this PNG-less. It's gonna be like the Xbox days from years ago. Tactical laugh ASAP. Do I always forget to do the laugh track these days? I'm just all over the place these days, you know. I'm rattled. I'm rattled. Yeah, I'm trying my best there, you know. I'm trying my best to still use all our stream tools. Whales redeemed? Damn. That might be the first time I've ever seen you redeem one of those as well, Maximum. We have a whales redeemed this early. Damn. Okay. That's the earliest whales I've seen for a long time. Let me get into it. Let me get the 5-minute clock up. Just a quick update as well. Still haven't got my package. So I spoke to the people yesterday that I bought it from, but still I haven't heard anything from them or anything like that yet. So yeah. Whales Redeem. Yeah, a Whales Redeem. It's a classic from the channel. The Whales Redeem is a 2,500 point redeem. Used to be 5,000 actually. That requires me to speak in a Welsh accent for 5 minutes. So if you've never heard anyone from Wales before, you'll probably have no idea whether this is good or not. If you're familiar with Welsh people, I've been told by a number of Welsh people that it wasn't too bad. So, without further ado, we're going to click into gear and we're going to go in for the 5-minute Wales mode. So, Yeah, here we go. I'll get the game up in the background because we got to get going. But after that, we're gonna, you know, get it up on screen and we're gonna start playing because there's no point messing around, to be honest with you. You know, I haven't got anything to say, so you know, I'd rather get going and playing the game than sit here talking in circles, you know, by not having anything to say. So I'll get the game up and we'll start going. So yeah, not familiar with Wales. So Wales is a country which borders England. It's part of the overall UK, but it's a very small country. I believe in Wales, I think there's more sheep than people. Yeah, the population's not massive. It's very mountainous, and people usually talk a bit like this. It depends on the part of Wales you're from, anyway, or you've been to. That's the accent that you might expect to find something along these lines. They say things like here instead of here, and a lot of their words have two L's at the start, and it makes a sound when you pronounce them. So you know, they also have the longest Welsh town name, the longest town name in the world of Llanfair. There's another one as well. So there you go. I know what Wales is, it's not the accent or its people. Well, you're missing out. Welsh people are great people, I gotta say. I've as someone who's very familiar with the Welsh people. Oh, Jesus Christ. It's happened again. It's happened again, chat. Look, I haven't changed anything. I don't keep doing this, right? This isn't like a bit that I keep doing, but look what's happened. Not again. Every time. Every time. This keeps happening this week. I don't know why. Every time I adjust any game, it just breaks all the other ones. Let's readjust the size on this, shall we? Alright, let's go for this one again. I don't know why it keeps doing it, though. Fit to screen. Right, well that didn't work. That actually made it smaller. How does that work then? Fit to screen made it smaller. That's very confusing. Oh, it's doing that shit again where it goes small. Oh no. Hang on. I thought I adjusted this one the other day though, so I don't know why it's giving me problems, but I never used to have this issue. Hopefully it'll be sorted now. It's just Dishonored broke everything. I don't know why it did it, but Dishonored apparently broke everything for you know, this week or whatever. Unbelievable it is. Fucking annoying. But there you go, we got an actual size game now. It might be slightly different how it used to be, because I think we used to have a black border, but I can't remember. Yeah, Wales is quite far away, of course. Welsh really trying to do to outdo a German in word combinations. They do have some strange words, the Welsh people, but you know, they're good people, the Welsh. I gotta say, it's a very picturesque country. That's what I'd say. Thank you for the oof as well. Yeah, I don't know why the why that happened with the screen size, though. It always seems to happen. Yeah, last time as well, I remember we brought the Applins in and we got Goomy. We need to go immediately to do a couple of things. I need to go and buy some sandwich ingredients. That's one of the first things I need to do. So I need to go and find specific things. I don't know which shop they appear at, so I'm gonna have to have a look. Because I've got a sheet up, basically. We're going to be looking for the stuff to make an encounter-powered dragon sandwich. Because this should help us out with spawning certain things in. So what do we need? We need onions, pepper, hamburger, and... Oh, there's pepper. Here we go. That's only a 1. We only need 1 for now. Oh, there's onion as well. Lovely. Alright. Looking for burger as well. Got a hamburger. Nothing here. Another place we're going to then. Let's go to... I think we can actually just go in the sandwich shop and just buy one, actually. But I'm not going to bother with all that crap. I'm actually going to do it myself. 5 minutes is done though, so I can go back to my normal voice again now. Actually, that was a bit of a weak Wales, I think. Now that I reflect on it, I feel like that was a weak one. That was a weak Wales. It's a silent light. Might be in Wales next year. Family still planning things out to Ireland, and that might stretch the UK. Yo, not bad. This one? Maybe? Oh yeah, nice. Right, so we have an encounter power, or at least we can make an encounter power dragon sandwich now. So now we want to head off to the area we want to go to, which is pretty much like where Bombardier is, but not quite.
I can't believe what I'm seeing.
What was that? Hang on. Ghosty Clan, welcome in as well. Shiny Umbreon Queen, welcome to stream. How's it going? Welcome in. We need to do some running. That's what we need to do straight away. We're going to ignore Bombardier. We need to find a cave up here. Cheers. Thank you for the follow. Don't think I've ever said cheers before when someone's done that. I always avoid using words like that because people... as a British person, of course, it doesn't make sense for some people when I say things like that. They never come across people who say cheers all the time. Yeah, welcome in. And to you, Ghost, to your clan as well. Welcome, welcome. Bird. Bird indeed. Except we're going to ignore the bird for now. We don't want to fight the bird quite yet. We probably... Well, we maybe could actually if we really wanted to, but I think we'll wait a little. Beat bird? Congratulations on beating bird. Got the Pokemon centers. Forgot if I've asked you, but you know anything about D&D/enjoy D&D? I don't know if you have asked me. I don't know. I feel like I don't know if anyone's ever asked me that before. Kind of hard to keep track of those types of things. I've never done it. I've never been. How do I describe it? I've never been interested in doing it myself, but I don't dislike it, you know? It's just one of those things that I'm kind of just like, yeah, seems fun, but like, I don't know if I'd probably ever do it. You know? I have nothing against it, you know? I don't think I really know many people who actually run anything like that. Well, I know a couple of people who run various like games, I guess. Like to get into D&D, but legit never have time or people. Yeah, I suppose that's the other thing, isn't it? Is people need groups and stuff for it if you're going to do that. If you don't have a group, it's hard to do, isn't it? How'd you get a level 17 noodle? Pokemon Home. That's how I did it. Pokemon Home. By breeding and then transferring. It's also how I got an Axew and a Bagon that low level as well. Because for the Monotype Dragon, we established that it would be unfair for Dragon to start with no Pokemon, as pretty much every other type in the game has multiple options. Quite. Oh, can we get one in here? I don't know. But they will have multiple options quite early on. It would be unfair if Dragon got stuck with just one and had to struggle with pretty much just using, well, I don't even know what it would be. Whatever the earliest dragon you can get is for the entire game, which probably just wouldn't work. So we decided that it would be more fair if we gave ourselves a couple of starters, effectively, that we would use for Dragon. This is West 1. Let me just double check this. West Province Area 1. Let's have a look. I want to look at everything that spawns here. You can get Raikou here later on. Cave is what we're looking for. Okay, you can get them here, apparently. I guess we'll just run around. We'll chuck our encounter power up thing on then, and we'll run about and pray we find one. So we're looking for Gible. That's what we're doing right now. We need a Gible, because we can actually get one at this stage of the game now. So we're going to go and catch one. It'll also be quite useful for the next gym against Iono, so we are going to do that now. Yeah, I've just not something I've ever really been into, you know, like D&D stuff. No, I've never played it, nor have I ever really sort of... I watch, like, memes of it every now and then. I get sent some, like, funny animations and memes and stuff to do with D&D, but I've never played it or had a particular drive to do it, no. Right, I think this should be good. This should give us hamburger patty sandwich, which gives us Encounter Power Dragon 1. That bread does not look good with the pepper on there, does it? That looks moldy. Oh, dear. That bread looks moldy as shit. Oh, no. That's just not a good-looking sandwich, is it? That is just not nice. That just looks awful. Yeah, that's not great, is it? 3 pieces of onion on what looks like moldy bread with a burger on top of it. Have a group of 3 or 4 people to do D&D. Won't be here on stream Friday, Saturday because I'm doing D&D those days. That's awfully convenient because I don't stream Fridays and Saturdays. I only stream Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, and Sunday. So there you go. So there you go. I actually used to stream on Fridays and Saturdays, but that was a long time ago now. That was years ago. That was like 2020, 2021, early 2022, maybe. Hey, there we go. That didn't take long, did it? Gible. Now, I would use the shiny Gible that we found in one of the other runs, but the problem is we found it in Area 0, so that Gible is like level 50-something. So, like, we can't use that one, basically. Because by the time we'd be able to use it, it'd be way too late in the game. I reckon we can hit him one more time, and then we'll try and go for the catch. There's another one. There's a couple more spawning behind now as well. That's good. Oh, you Dratini, unlucky lad. Look how many of them there are. There's an army of Gibles now. Look at them all. There's an army of them. Are there any behind us? Okay, there's none behind, but there's an army of Gibles up front. Look how many of them there are. Can we ball it first try? What do we have? Do we have a Dusk? We don't. We only have Great Ball. Uh-oh. Go for a Great Ball. What could go wrong? Oh, we actually got it. I was not expecting to get Gible in one shot. We also need to come up with our naming scheme. Well, or what? Start doing our names at some point as well. I know I said we were going to do that today, so I'll wait until Nitty comes in. Because he was the one who came up with the naming scheme, so... Let's see what we got. We can't change it now that we've got it, but let's see what we got. Sandvale. He has Bulldoze at level 20. That's good. Gentle Nature, minus... Well, I mean... It could be worse, really. Like... Garchomp with minus defense, increased special defense is not bad in the sense that its nature doesn't both make it better or ruin it. Ideally, we'd have wanted a boost to speed or regular like physical attack, but that's actually not the end of the world. Because at least it's not negatively impacting anything really. It's just kind of like it's an okay. It's an alright setup, having that, really. There's nothing good about it, but there's nothing bad about it either. You know what I mean? It's just kind of... It exists as a nature, and that's it, really. It's okay. So we'll kind of take that. It could be worse, is basically what we're saying. Dragons from mythology, but that's just me. So, I think Nitty's one was he wanted to name them after heroes. Like legendary heroes, which I thought was an interesting idea. Except for one, of course, because there is one group of Pokemon on the team, which I'm going to name right now, because they have to be done. But we all know, of course, that what they're going to be called, and that's it. So, let's do that right now. There is no debating this. This one is just guaranteed. This one's going to be Fruit Boy with a Y. Because it's the female one. And Fruit Boy with an I is the male one. That's the way we normally do it. Fruit Boy. Fruit Boy with an I is the Appleton. Fruit Boy with a Y is Flapple. So, shall we go... Well, what do I want to do first? Do I want to catch Cyclizar, or do I want to go to Lagtree Thicket? I guess we'll grab a Cyclizar first, because it's on the way. Welcome in, Mystic. How's it going? How is it going today? Always fix it with a mint. We could. We don't tend to do that in these runs, just because, like, the natures don't really matter for the purpose of the Monotype. We just kind of stick with what we got, you know. So I don't tend to use the mints in these runs. Sometimes I'll use, like, stat boosting items, like the, what are they called? The vitamins, but I don't really use them very often. It's, because it was a rule that we used to have as well, where when we first started off, if we caught a Pokemon, we had to use it. So, I remember in Monotype Flying, one of the big issues we had really early on, is we were about to go up against Diono, and we got Wattrel. Which Wattrel is a good Pokemon. It has Volt Absorb and things like that. But ours was Wind Power. So we never got a Volt Absorb one, and we had no counters to Iono's entire team, and this was the first ever Monotype we did. And my god, was the fight against Iono's team horrible. Playing her with flying types only, with no one that could take a hit from an electric type move, was awful. And that Miss Magius ruined our dreams so many times. And the hero of that fight, no one will remember this, probably. Well, I mean, especially if you weren't here, of course, for it. But if you were here for it, you probably won't remember this anyway. But the hero of that fight against Diono in Monotype Flying was a Vivillon called Bevan. And Bevan the Vivillon, I think through confusion, hit multiple sleep powders to put Miss Magius to sleep, while also not hitting itself in confusion, using, I want to say, Struggle Bug to counteract the Charge Beam boosts they would get and knock its special attack down, and also somehow dodging, I think, a Charge Beam that may have been crucial to winning the game. It was ridiculous, though. Like, that Miss Magius was really hard to beat, and, yeah, Vivillon was the Pokemon that beat it, of all things. Yeah, I'm gonna, as I say, with the names, I'm gonna wait until Nitty comes in. Just because Nitty was the one who came up with the theme. So I'm gonna give Nitty first dibs on taking a name for someone. Well, when we see young Nitty, we'll start doing naming. I think that seems fair. Doing great. How about me? I don't really know. It's a weird answer, but I was talking... Oh, Cyclizar. I guess it's a strange answer because of, like, So I was talking earlier with, Jesus, that did a lot of damage. Okay, never mind. I was talking with Oreo, who, was just my best friend. And we were talking, and, like, she asked me the same question. I just said, yeah, I'm fine. And then afterwards did, like, the whole, are you really okay? And it kind of psyched me out. You know? Where I was like, I don't know, am I? It's like, am I fine? I don't really know. So I'm kind of like, I don't really know, I guess. I'm sort of like, I feel a little psyched out by that question where I'm like, am I actually fine or do I just think I am? You know? So I don't really know. I feel like I'm alright, but maybe that's just me lying to myself and saying that I'm actually doing great. Hi, Bevan. Nice roar you've got there. How are you? What do you think of the one I suggested? Hold on one second. Bevan almost got accidentally banned then. Siegfried, who slew the dragon in Norse mythology, isn't it? Or was it dragon or was it giant serpent? Ooh, dragon claw. Hang on. Okay. No, it was a dragon. It's a good. Well, actually, I suppose I don't really know how it fits because it seems a bit counterintuitive to have one named after a famous dragon slayer. But then at the same time, that's kind of like a bit like a brutal name, isn't it? To have that. Oh, we've got the reverse of Garchomp's nature on here as well. We've got Shedskin. Yeah, so it's kind of like a weird one where it's like, from the perspective of someone who slew a dragon, it's sort of like, you think it's a bit counterintuitive to name a dragon after the person who slew a dragon, but at the same time, it's almost like a bit of a statement name, isn't it? Being a dragon named after the person who killed a dragon. Kind of an interesting, like, perspective, I guess. We'll switch to the BRB screen while we wait here for a minute, because, of course, well, we need to wait so that everybody can enjoy the stream. While we're in the BRB, I'm just going to go to the, like, I'm at the Pokemon Center already, but I'm just going to heal my Pokemon because we need to. So we'll do that now. Yeah. I'm hoping today is going to be a pretty successful day, though, with this. We've got, realistically, if you look at it, we've probably got the best run of gyms today. Sunday's stream, we've got some dodgy fights coming up because we're going to have to beat Grusha. And the problem with Grusha is half of our, like, big attacking threats against her are going to be quad weak to ice. So that most of them are either dragon ground or dragon flying. That's going to be a big problem, so... Yeah, today we need to enjoy it and just kind of cruise a little. We don't need to get too ahead of ourselves. That is true. Dragon is super effective against dragon. Yeah, I guess that's one way to look at it, yeah. Switch back. And we carry on. Okay. So... Now that we have done what we needed to here, we've caught ourselves a Cyclizar, we've caught ourselves a Gible. So we now have pretty much, I want to say, about everything we can get before this point in the game. And if you're wondering where the Applins came from, because, you know, you're going to wonder how we got them if you weren't here before. The thing with the Applins was we basically got them from Pokemon Home, because Applin's notoriously annoying to get, just the way that it spawns. And it's kind of rare. So I decided to just go and get some from another game. And I just imported them in through Pokemon Home at level 1. So both of them were stuck in competitive quarantine, though, as I called it, until the point... Oh, that's why the Cyclizar's here, because we still have that dragon sandwich, isn't it? But they're basically in competitive quarantine, or they were, meaning they couldn't be used until past the second gym. Where am I going as well? I need to go the other way. So we weren't allowed to use them basically until post Gym 2. And now Gym 2 is gone. We're allowed to do it. Yeah, we need to go through Levincia. So we need to head up to Lagtree Thicket, because in Lagtree Thicket, as gold items on the floor, you can find the apples, as far as I'm aware. From what I remember. So we're going to go and pick up some apples. And then, once we've got some apples, we're going to evolve Fruit Boy and Fruit Boy. And we're going to have the Fruit Legion. The baddest apples around. While we're here, actually, let's do the old dragon shoes, because we need that, don't we? We need them dragon shoes. I know these ones look good. I quite like the dragon ones. Like the red and purple. Look at them. There's something about them. They just look kind of cool. I like the dragon ones. Black, pink, and purple. They're just kind of cool. We'll come back and do all the items and stuff here eventually, but we won't worry about that for now. We'll just head off and grab what we need first as we run through here. It's a good job we don't just randomly get assaulted by Nemona through here. Because I know sometimes in like rivals in Pokemon games, the second you walk into a town, you just get jumped by the rival. So it's nice here that we don't have to worry about that. We can just run through and not worry about it. It always used to be annoying when that had happened in other games. You'd just be chilling thinking like, oh, I've just made it to like, I don't know, wherever. And then you just hear the music come on and the rival would just sprint towards you and it's like, oh, fuck. I haven't healed yet. I'm not prepared for this. You'd be in a horrible spot. Growlithe. Arven's got... Oh, no, Clavel... Yeah, no, Arven's got to talk to me now because we're getting near Orthworm. Of course. Good old Orthworm. Don't think we're going to be farming so much on Dug Trios this time as well. I don't think there's any... There's no dragon type things we can get here, is there? Now I think about it. I don't think so. Pretty much when it comes to catching the dragons, most of them we have now at this point. There's not that many we can actually get from other places. One of them is an exclusive, which is Dreepy, so I will have to drag that in from somewhere else. I'll have to go find one. But I'll do that at some point. It'll be fine. That's where I want to go. Towards the poison thing. Towards the poison team starbase. Where we're going. We need to go into Lagtree Thicket and go and find ourselves some apples. And then a legend will be remade on the channel once more. The last time we saw the appearance of well, these Pokemon, of course, the actual real Fruit Boys was when I opened the Twilight Masquerade booster box at the end of May. There you go. As I said earlier as well, I'm not sure if how many people were here then, but I also haven't heard any news about that package yet either, so very sad. Not that there was a Fruit Boy in that box anyway, but I still remember last time it was pretty perfect when this was like a year ago now, when I ended up getting some. It was, I think, Paldea evolved when I opened that for the first time, when that was fairly new as a set for Pokemon, and I ended up getting the booster box and that from that company in Canada. And they were, that was the one where I had to do that massive import customs cost, and it was really annoying. But, yeah, when I got it from there, I remember they put some stickers in the box as well. And they picked, like, the two perfect Pokemon, because there was one, I have them on the front of the binder that I keep the cards in now. There was one of Wooper with, like, a piece of wood nailed to its head, just looking really derpy. And the second one was an Applin, and I was like, they couldn't have actually they couldn't have known, of course, but they couldn't have actually picked two better Pokemon to chuck in there as random stickers than those two. It's just kind of insane RNG luck, whatever you want to call it, that they actually had the right ones. I thought it was kind of insane. Farm Mushroom. Leaf Stone, that's not what we needed. Gold things. Give me the shiny things. Ah, big mushroom. Don't think it's in these Pokeballs. I want to say they're just in the gold flashy things on the floor. Might be wrong, though. Gotta keep an eye out. What is the hardest team star boss? Oh, that easy question, that. Eri. All of them in comparison to Eri are a joke in terms of difficulty. Giacomo is painfully bad. Mela... This is all dependent on how you fight them, of course, and when you fight them. If you fight them at about the same level they are, Mela is probably my second most difficult. So, Dark is last. Poison in the middle. So, yeah, so the last one, Dark is bottom. Fairy is second last. Poison in the middle. Mela, which is fire at number 2. And that leaves Eri, which is fighting at number 1. I think that sounds about right. Maybe give or take like a little bit of shuffling around. I don't know. It kind of depends what Pokemon you've got and stuff. But if we're just talking about as a neutral, as the average fight, who's more difficult? For the point in the game at which you fight them, I think Mela is stronger than most of them, to be honest. Kind of the same thing with Iono, where there's a random difficulty spike in the middle of Scarlet Violet, where you just have a bunch of stronger trainers that you end up just fighting about level 20-ish, kind of out of nowhere. We haven't found either of the apples yet, which is disappointing. There's a Mimikyu around here somewhere as well. Revive. Oh, it's an Applin. That's kind of funny, and I was talking about how rare they are. There's a bunch here. It's 2 Applins. There isn't an outbreak or something, is there? No, there isn't. There's 2 Applins on the floor. That's kind of cool. It's not that often that you see them. Normally, I'd say we have to catch them, but they're level 29, so I don't really want to waste a ton of time trying to catch them and getting mugged. In my playthrough, I had the most trouble with Poison first and Fire second. Yeah, Fire's up there, I think. Poison, for me, depends on the run. Because when I fought him the first time ever... Well, that's one of them. That's good. So when I did a complete, like, no info playthrough, the first time I ever played through the game, and I fought him, he wasn't very strong. And I beat him quite easily. But then that's when it comes down to, like, team comps and stuff. If you have a team that's good against Poison, then he's never going to be good. In the same way that with Eri, if you have a team that's good against Fighting, then she's not going to be that great. I just think, on average, she has a stronger, like, team, generally. I mean, she's got Annihilate, Lucario. Persimmon is kind of good, because it gives a little bit of speed stuff with Rock Tomb. Having stamina on the Team Starmobile Reveroom is really annoying. Because if you have a physical team, you're basically screwed unless you can debuff it and remove its stats. What else? What else does she have? She has something at Toxicroak. Yeah. Toxicroak isn't the worst. Oh, it's another tart apple. Toxicroak isn't the worst in the world. I think it's quite a good Pokemon, actually. It's a little underrated. It's quad weak to Psychic, but it also gives a Dark option in Sucker Punch, so that's a Ditto. No, Zorua. Oh. Does anyone know which way round the apples are for evolving them? Because I can't actually remember. I'll just look it up if I need to, because I know I always say about checking things up on Google, but if anyone knows off the top of their head, then I'll steal the information. If not, I'll just look it up. Is that a gold? No, it wasn't. It was just a piece of grass blowing through. So we have the tart. What is the other one? The sweet apple, I think, isn't it? Sour, just like me. Bitter at the world. Everyone will probably disagree with that like they normally do, but I always say it anyway. There you go. That makes it better. We'll chuck that in. Chuck in the laugh track. Golds, where you at? Not seeing any golds. It's annoying to defeat with the combination of Toxic Spikes, Toxic, and that Cursed Giant Poison Reverum. Funnily enough, I never have much of a problem with the big one. The issue I always have with the Reverums is the smaller one. Because it has Bulldoze, and that thing's really annoying. It's fairly tanky and it has Bulldoze. It's just an annoying Pokemon to fight, I think. That was another Applin then. I was thinking this is wild. I've never seen this many before, just on the ground. I also don't want to get... That's not another... No, that's a Shrew eating something. I don't want to get too close there, because I don't want to start the encounter. Big mushrooms. No, I don't want mushrooms. Looks like we might be out of luck here. Unless we manage to get quite lucky here. Because right now, we're running out of gold. And we have not found the second apple. We found the second apple. Not often the RNG works out like that, is it in your favor? Never mind, we found it. Ignore everything I just said. Just don't even listen to me anymore. There you go. Nobody listened to a thing I ever say. Let's have a look, shall we? Which one's which? Which is the sweet and which one's the tart? Applin. That's probably the easiest way to look it up. And I bet they're not showing me all of them. Tart apple is Flapple. And sweet apple is Appleton. Okay. So, let's do that now then. Let's go and get them. The legendary Pokemon. I said sweet was Appleton, yeah? Okay. Which one is which? And so it's the lower one that we want now. Appleton's coming home. Fruit Boy. The legend. Oh boy. The legend of Fruit Boy. And he's back with us once again. Appleton. The Apple Nectar Pokemon. That's what we love to see. The Appleton's actually quite good. He'll want to learn Leech Seed soon as well. He's level 6 as well. That's quite nice about him as well. He's level 6 and he's evolved. Same with Flapple here. Found a remix of the Team Star Boss Battle theme, and I honestly like the remix better. I've had that with a few of the Pokemon music versions. The Penny theme as well. There was one I found that was I like the theme. It's quite good on its own, but I found a better version of it on Spotify somewhere, and I ended up using it for intro music for a time. And then it ended up getting, I think it ended up getting the playlist that I used to use. There was like a Scarlet and Violet music playlist that I used to use specifically, and eventually I don't know what happened to it, but it got nuked. So I don't know if the people who originally made it took it down or something, but it just disappeared out of nowhere. So then I never had a chance to ever use it. I actually think Cyclizar is probably one of the good ways we can gain XP here. Oh. Let's go fight some trainers, I guess. We'll want to get up to about level 21, 22 on most things here, basically. Because because we're trying to get ready for Iono, but also prep so that we can beat both Giacomo and Bombardier. So we'll get on that. What's it dealing? Fight the chef over here, shall we? Thank you for the lurk, JD. I appreciate it. Slowpoke. Oh, was that the Slowpoke that did the... That might be the Slowpoke from that YouTube thumbnail as well, this one. Was this the one? I need to look this up. I want to know if this is the absolute hero of that YouTube thumbnail. Where he randomly appeared. He was like... That was a great thumbnail, that one. I need to check this. Is it the right one? I should be able to tell. Well, I get the feeling he might have been on a beach. No, he was on the beach. Never mind. It was just a rando Slowpoke. That's sad, isn't it? Oh, we're asleep. We got yawned. I didn't see that. Oh, well. Dragon Tail, I guess. We won't wake up properly anyway, but that's fine. Come on, Dratini. That absolute hero of a Slowpoke in that video. It's still disabled, damn. Remix I found was by Zame. Well, it might not be pronounced Zame, of course. Nice, we're about to fall asleep again. Well, if we're not careful anyway, let's just switch to... None of them have a grass move yet, never mind. Let's switch to Goomy. Why not? It has hydration. That's actually quite good. What would it be? Hydration or sap sipper, probably? Either of them actually might be good abilities. I think sap sipper's the other option. Hydration means we get benefits in the rain, doesn't it? Yeah. Finish off my Coke there. Speaking of falling asleep, I think that's where I'm headed. Have a good stream all. Have a good one, Maximum. You take it easy, yeah? Sleep well. Get some good rest in, and we will see you on Sunday, I guess. Yeah. I was trying to think if it was the last stream of the week or not. No. Yeah, Sunday. Have a good one, dude. Get Dratini out of the front spot as well. Let's put Bagon up there. I wonder actually, these two we can probably teach them some moves. There we go. You can learn acrobatics already. And acid spray is actually surprisingly decent. You can learn acro at level 10. What is that? Curse and stomp. So we haven't got leadership yet, but we'll definitely go with a curse. Curse Stomp actually sounds like a good idea here. That's a good set to have on there. Let's check everyone and make sure no one has any good moves they're missing out on. Nope. 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 We already did these two. Oh, Goomy has Protect. That's useful. You can protect stall people. What about, well, Cyclizar and Gible might have some as well. I don't know. Gible probably doesn't have a huge amount, no. And then this thing maybe. Already has Breaking Swipe, which is nice. And a Rapid Spinner. Our team's really weird at the minute because, like, there's no synergy whatsoever between any of our dragon types. So it's like a really weird situation where they're kind of all... They all kind of like don't play well together. You know? Like as a team, they're not bad because they're all pretty punchy and powerful. But at the same time, they're also not that insane because they're all just very They're not very cohesive. They're not a cohesive unit. They're very like one. Oh, this is the person. This person has a Zoomeril, don't they? Oh no. I think this is the one with the Zoomeril. Please no. Okay, Psyduck. No, hang on. Do they have no, wait a minute. Do they have 2 Pokemon? Please no. Okay, this isn't the person. There's someone up here. I don't know if it's here on the next cliff, but there's someone with an Azumarill, and I don't want to fight them. That would be awful. Yeah, the last thing we want to fight is a Azumarill. We'll actually get annihilated by that. Bagon right now is probably our, I would say probably our best offensive weapon we have as of right now. Other Pokemon that we haven't used yet, untested, keep in mind. So Flapple and Appleton, the duo, haven't quite gotten into... God, look at the frame rate on that. Can you even call that frame rate on that windmill in the background? Turns once every, like, 3 or 4 seconds. That's awful. Yeah, Bagon kind of is like our most offensive weapon that we have right now for dealing damage. Dratini tends to be our support, which most of what we used it for was spamming Thunder Wave in order to give us advantage of speed in fights, which was nice. And then... who else? I guess... Axew has been kind of... Axew's been a little overshadowed so far, but now having physical move in Dragon Claw actually is quite good. So Axew, I think, might be able to open up a little more now and have more of a go. Whereas before, he got overshadowed quite a lot, to be honest, by Bagon, but that's just because the way that things worked out. And then you got the Appleton, that which we know are decent. Gible was a weird one, but I think this is the Azumarill. We're not going to fight them. That's not what I think it is it? No. I think it's the Shadow. Part of me thought there was a shiny Tauros in there then. I'm pretty sure it's not. The shiny Tauros is only kind of like very subtly different from the other one, so it doesn't look like it. Hello, Tauros. There's more of them though. No idea what this TM is. What's that? Fake tears. Well, I doubt we're going to use that anyway, so it doesn't matter that we picked it up. Around here is where that Slowpoke was. The thumbnail Slowpoke that we loved so much that one time we saw him. I think he was here on this beach. Probably about something like this angle. Something like that. Just out the shadow. This is the kid with Shellos, who we can actually go and beat. Let's do it with Appleton, why not? There's the kid with Shellos. There's a Slowpoke. And then there's the guy with low kicks who's over there on the other beach, who I don't really want to go and fight. Because the low kicks guy is just going to kick my ass, and I don't want to get beaten. I'd rather not go and get destroyed by a guy with a low kicks and a rufflet, you know? It's the only problem we really have with, like, 2 of our Pokemon is they are weak to bugs, so... It does leave, like, a little bit of a... awkward spot where bug's kind of one of those typings where... Whereas our team... That didn't do a lot. Oh, we are actually really low level. Whereas our team is, like, decent in comparison to bug, we aren't insane. So, yeah, bug's a bit of a weak spot, honestly. Which is very unusual to say, but I think bug is actually a bit of a weak spot for our team. Of all types, who thought it would be bug that we'd be kind of stuck with? Oh, that was bad. This is going to be a stall fest. Well, it's not actually, because Goomy's going to lose, probably, but... I guess we're just going to keep using Absorb. Yeah, 3 HP back. Let's go. The thing with this as well is, right, but ahead of stream, I went today and I looked up all the evolution levels of everything we have. Now, with the exceptions of the 2 fruit boys, because the fruit boys, of course, were item. Oh my. Really? It has recover. Oh, I think Bagon has to deal with this then. But yeah, with the exception of those 2, I believe we only have 1 Pokemon that can evolve before Iono, which is Gible, which admittedly is probably the best Pokemon we could have got to evolve before Iono, because it's going to be Ground Dragon. But it's not going to be the big highlight, the big headliner for the next fight, because there is a very important thing to note with our team here with Dragon, because we have probably the 2 perfect Pokemon to deal with Iono's team. One of them will be Gible / Gabite, and the other one, of course, is Cyclizar. Because Cyclizar is normal dragon, and so can't be hit by Ghost. So Miss Magius has 2 moves, Charge Beam and Hex. It can't use Hex because it'll be trying to hit a normal type, so it will have to use Charge Beam. Now, Charge Beam is slightly unreliable, but the thing with that is it boosts special attack, so it's not the most accurate in the world, but it's a good boosting move. However, Dragon resists Electric, and if it's still alive, we can force it to basically use Hex or Charge Beam and switch for free, because Gabite and Cyclizar are immune to the damage from it. So it's going to be quite an interesting little fight, that one. That being said, we can dream about that all we want, but at the moment we're stuck fighting against this fucking Shellos that won't die, so it's going to be a while before we get finished with that, I think. We could do with a critical hit somewhere in the middle, though. A nice crit would do us good here. I'm also going to take a BRB in a minute as well, because I think the break's coming up in not too long. So, when the break pops, I'm going to go for my BRB, because about that time we're an hour in. So. And that Shellos was harder to break down than I thought it'd be. Damn. That took some beating. We got some moves, though. What do we got? Scary face. Leech Seed. Good. That's a game changer right there. We'll drop Stomp, actually, for it. There you go. There's the break. So we'll come and deal with the rest of this when we get back. So I'll be back in a minute, okay? Okay, let's continue on, shall we? Let's crack on. Appleton actually has Leech Seed now, which is quite useful. It makes it actually quite a good Pokemon now. There's the two people over here. There's a Deerling and a Stantler, but I don't know if I want to fight him yet. I'm not feeling that fight yet. Most of the trainers around here are quite strong, and I don't really fancy facing them. I think this is the guy with the Zangoose, and he has a Zangoose and a Curlia and something, which obviously isn't a good matchup for us being part Fairy. So we're going to dodge that one as well. We're dodging a lot of trainers here. There's also an annoying trainer right by Levincia over there who has a Clef Key, which is Fairy Steel. Now, although Bagon can actually do some stuff to it, it's still a scary fight. Let's go up against this kid, shall we? The Mankey in chat. Catch that Pokemon. Why not? There's a Cubchoo. Literally the worst thing we could face because it's an Ice type. And it's level 21. Yeah, that's pretty awful right there. That's pretty bad, yeah. At least we got the Leech Seed up, but I don't know how much of a difference that's actually going to make, to be honest. Yeah, it's not really doing much. We definitely get hit with a quad here if we, if it has an ice move, which you assume it probably does. I think kind of Fruit Boy has to be a sacrificial lamb here a little. Where's Slash? But I think Fruit Boy has to kind of take the fight on a little here. And do as much damage as possible before hopefully dying and successfully then being useful. I think we get 6 back, which is not bad. It has Frost Breath. Thankfully it missed. That's a good sign. Bit of good RNG going our way there. Love that. If Frost Breath hits... Okay, Brine, that's good. That's a water move. Quad resisted by Dragon and Grass. Nice. And a Headbutt. Take it. I think against all odds, Appleton might be about to win this. Because if Leech Seed does enough, it's either going to live on a Sliver. Oh, let's go. Legendary from Fruit Boy there. That's what we love to see. Look at that. He actually just beat an Ice type while he's Grass Dragon. That's actually insane right there. He actually just beat an Ice type quad weak to him. Let's go. Good job, Fruit Boy. You legend. That's what we love to see. Even Tauros is celebrating. Look at him. He's very happy that Fruit Boy did it. God, we've been surrounded by a gang of stuff here. There's a Tauros. There's bloody Oinkalones. About to get beaten up. Yeah, 22 is where we're going to kind of get everyone, so... Fighting some of the trainers around here is good. Fighting not all of them, though, because we're just not quite ready yet. We do also need to do our rival battle against Nemona, and then obviously Bombardier is something we need to deal with, which... Bombardier is not the end of the world, because I think we'll go and use Thunder Wave. So, being able to Thunder Wave it with our Dratini will be quite helpful. And if we really wanted to, we could Thunder Wave and Leech Seed, so like we have a bit of a kind of system going there for what we can do. Yeah. Let's go for a Headbutt. Why not? Ooh, that's some damage. And we flinched. We did get the recovery, though, at least, I guess. Still not great, but we get something. Okay damage. Not too terrible. Oh, and I can't use it because of Torment, but I guess we'll just use Curse then. That actually kind of works because we'll get the boost on the first turn of the dig there. With the defense boosts. And we'll get the Leech Seed. So that's actually not terrible there, that turn. For us against Sandile. We've got quite the spectator crowd here again of Murkrows and this Oinkologne who wants to stand in the middle. Has now been sent to the Shadow Realm for it, I guess. Another resist. We do... The one good thing, I guess, about Dragon, specifically the team we have with a lot of sub-type dragons, is we have a lot of resists, but our weaknesses are really telling. So, like, while we have some good stuff going for us, we also just have a few spots where we're really bad. And it's kind of a, when we're bad, we're really bad. But when we got the resistances and we're strong, we're really strong. So it's kind of like a two extremes, I guess, when it comes to this. We're either insane or terrible. There is no in between, you know? Like, there is no space in between that. Appleton again, though. Pulls off another odd, against all odds win there. Pretty insane. To be fair, I'm not surprised because I knew Appleton's quite good. It's a bit underrated, I think. I'm not saying it's like insane as a Pokemon or anything, but I think it's a bit underrated. People probably think it's not as good as it is. The only thing here is if I go for this against Klefki with Appleton and it goes for Fairy Lock, we're in trouble. So we're going to have to hope that it doesn't Fairy Lock me on turn 1, which it probably will. But... Please don't Fairy Lock me. Come on, Leech Seed. Torment. Okay. That's fine. That works. Now, Leech Seed, of course, means we can switch out, but if he switches out, it will remove the seed. Now, if we switch out, it's fine. But if Klefki moves, then obviously it, you know, will remove it. But he can't because this is only Pokemon, so... We're going to bring out Bagon, and we're going to use Ember. That's what we're going to do. Now, this is a dangerous fight against Klefki, so... We have got to be careful, so... Because of that. Oh, that's going to hurt. Oh, big hit into Bagon. That was not very nice. That was rough. Okay. Oh dear. Okay, Bagon's dead. That's not good. Maybe we shouldn't have fought Klefki just yet. Let's go into... Ooh. Let's try and go for Dratini, because then we can paralyze him. And then from there, if we can bring out Goomy, we can start using Protect. That's an idea. Alright, now it uses Metal Sound. That's good. Gives us a chance to do something here. Maybe. Now we make the switch. Hopefully not into the Fairy Wind. Please? It's fine. The clock's ticking for Klefki now, pretty much. It's paralyzed and we have protect, so we get the speed advantage now as well. Maybe I should have done that before I started attacking it and brought in Bagon, but who knows. That's a mistake I made. We're all human. I made a mistake. I know it's hard to believe. I made a mistake in a Pokemon game. Neither of our moves here, Water Gun or Absorb, are really good. I actually, oh no, as Prankster. I was going to say it still outspeeds us even with Para, but I suspect it's Prankster actually. Prankster basically means if it uses a non-attacking move, it gets priority. No, it is actually just faster than us. Never mind. Unless it went for Metal Sound again, it could have. I think we win against Klefki here as well with the Goomy. Yeah. Now we just protect again. And we win. That was easy. Not bad. Alright, we'll take that. $900 XP as well. That was solid XP. I wish Bagon had got some of that now. Oh well. We're a meanie head as well, apparently. Not a meanie head. Ever are we gonna do? Never been insulted in my never been so insulted in my life. Got a crucial word from that phrase then for a second. Let's go and scoop up all the items in Levincia. Might as well while we're here, because there might be some decent stuff. Let's go and grab them all while we're here. And then after that, we'll, I don't know, go train again. So we can go get ready for the gym fight, I guess. Something like that. I don't know. I don't know, I just work here. We'll figure it out as we go along. I think this is Muscle Band. Oh, it's Wise Glasses. Is there a Muscle Band here as well, or am I thinking of a different thing? Maybe that's what I was thinking of. No, a Muscle Band's in Cascarappa. Oh, we're stuck. We're actually stuck. Nice. This is a one-way area, then you can only go in that way and then you can't get out. Nice. Well, that's fast travel, I guess. Good job, you can fly for free. We couldn't use fly. I don't know what we'd actually do there. We'd be completely stuck. Quick ball. Surf actually might be usable on a few people in this one. Thinking Goodra specifically. I mean, Dragalge might be able to use it as well, but Dragalge we're not going to get for a while. So we don't really need to think about that thing yet. Because it's going to be, I think it's level 48 it evolves. So it means that if we catch a Scralp anyway, we can't use it until it gets to basically level 50. Yeah. Good old Pokemon high level evolution requirements. I mean, that's just dragon types really though, isn't it? A lot of dragon types have really high evolution levels. Particularly the Gen 5 ones, as we'll find out later on. When we get in there, we'll have Hydreigon and all that shit to deal with, which will be like level 64 or whatever it is. It'll be ridiculous. So many items, but not many of them are actually useful. May as well grab them though, because you never really know with some of these things when you might need some of them. It's always worth picking pretty much everything up you see, I always find. Scyther in chat. It's been 15 minutes again already. Flying by, eh? Hour and 23 minutes into stream, apparently. Damn. We're making... Well... Are we making progress? Don't know, really. Doesn't feel like it. Nice. We jumped a little too far there as well. That was, not my best jump ever. It's only like screens or something, isn't it? Trick room. I think the other one is skill swap over the other side, but I can't remember. Protect or something. Go this way for a change. I don't think we ever go around this direction. Why not? I'll say, with a lot of this stuff, it's like, most of these things we're not going to use. But there's always a chance that later on we need a little bit of money or something, and we have to sell something, so... That's why I always tend to pick up all the crap items. Nobody wanting a Scyther today. Or poor Mankey there as well that I can see. Poor Pokemon. All being left behind today. Best thing we can do now is probably go and farm the Oinkolones, maybe. Because I don't really want to go and fight Giacomo yet. I guess we'll farm Oinkolones until we get a bunch of stuff up to 22, and then we'll go do Oinkolone and Bombardier, I suppose. Or something like that, anyway. I don't really know. I don't really know what the plan is. We'll just kind of make it up as we go, I think. That's pretty much how I normally do things when it comes to this. Just sort of make it up as I go along. Leech Seed is basically a death sentence for anything that can't roar us, because eventually it will die no matter what. It's just a question of whether it's going to do any damage, really, before... or kill anyone before it gets killed itself. That was a misclick. Oh well. Well, we're going to take a boatload of damage. What can you do, I suppose? Over a headbutt. Dig's not that useful here. I mean, we resist it, but not really that great of a move for us to get hit by, to be honest. I'm making a lot of misclicks and stuff here. I feel like I've mentally checked out. I'm like cruise control now, but it's not working, like autopiloting it. I should have used, well, I could have used Curse there. Crit. I mean, it did a lot of damage. It's really going to come down to whether it can kill us with another Covet straight away. I don't know if it can. Probably. No, maybe we live. Okay, Dig again is fine. It's going to do less damage this time because it shouldn't crit us, which is nice. Close my Applin window now as well. Don't even really need to watch while the fight's happening, because it's not like I can do anything to change the outcome of it, is it? Gotta let it play. Close my Pokemon info tabs and stuff that I don't need anymore while I'm in the background of the fight. We get 10 back now on a Leech Seed, which is nice. Although, to be fair, it depends on the Pokemon, I think, so... This thing's obviously got a decent amount of HP. Because it's, what, a percentage-based? I think it'll either be 1/8 or 1/16 or something like that. It's normally the way it works. Could get Protect here ourselves. Actually, I think we will do that instead of Astonish, because realistically, do we need a Ghost move on a Dragon type? Probably not. Especially with the ability to get Dragapult later on. I just don't think it's worth doing, really. Dratini's up to 20. Axew's 20. The big three are 20, which is good. They're the ones to keep in mind. We need them at about 22 before we can really proceed, so... Ah, Fruit Boy. Come on, lad. No! Oh, that's annoying. I actually think we should take the hit from Dig here. Because, yeah, the Leech Seed was guaranteed to miss. It's an 11 damage hit. Fruit Boy lands again. There's Tauros giving his moral support as the Leech Seed goes into the floor there. Quite comical, isn't it? Leech Seed didn't even land properly. I mean, we are on a weird squint surface, but... I could use Curse, I could use Protect. I think I'm going to Protect once, so I can try and get enough HP back to live another Headbutt before anything else, and then we'll go from there. It's just the thing with Appleton, right? Appleton is not a powerful Pokemon necessarily, but it's very much a good... It's probably the closest thing we'll have in our team to a Mon that can stall. So, he basically represents part of the team that is able to just slow the fight down a little bit and kind of, you know... get everything nice and calm and relaxed by just getting in, getting some Leech Seeds up, protecting, stalling out the opposition, gets us back up. He's taken a big hit there, as we can see from Headbutt, but we can get a Protect and a turn back from Leech Seed the previous turn and get almost back up to the same HP again anyway, so... You know, he's able to kind of control things a little better than some of the other Mons we've got, I suppose. Most of the other ones are raw offense Mons, versus Appleton is probably going to be one of the closest things we'll get to a support Pokemon in our team. Yeah, Mudshot is good as well. It doesn't matter if we miss or anything like that here, because we're not looking for damage here on Oinkologne. And we're already slower, so Mudshot's not going to do anything to us. This feels a little bit like the AI doesn't know what move to use on us more than anything. You can kind of tell sometimes it feels a little like that. I could have used Protect there, but... maybe I should have. Who knows? Ah, we're fine. Appleton strikes again. Brutal. Absolutely brutal, that is. Another brutal win for Appleton. I feel like we should probably go after Cyclizar as well. Go with Axew. Why not? Let's give him a go. I mean, Cyclizar is a bit scary because it's a non-evolving dragon, which is usually a little terrifying. That was a lot of damage. Come on, Axew. He's already faster, so... okay. Alright, got some power. Come on, Axew. Breaking... oh, that's super effective. Oh, you... never mind. Axew's dead. Never mind. I guess we go into... we're going to Bagon. Why not? Oh, there's a break. Let's go to the BRB. I'll be back in a minute, okay? Then we'll continue on with the fight. BRB, everybody. That's the end of the break, I believe. Oh. Welcome in, Mirage, my dude. How are you? Oh, I'm Forks. Hi, Forks. How you guys doing? Welcome in, you two. Dropping in whilst eating. Currently looking at a new mouse. Oh, a new mouse, eh? Which type of mouse are you looking at? Or you don't know which one you want yet? You're just looking at options. How goes the dragon run? Yeah, I think it's gone alright, Forks, to be honest. So far, we haven't done a huge amount today. We haven't done any actual fights yet. So we've got quite a long way to go today with stuff we need to do, but we've done a lot of the kind of groundwork for later stuff, really. So we got Appleton and Flapple now evolved. We also caught a Gible and a Cyclizar. So we have most of our roster filled out now, at least of the actively used stuff. We're just leveling things up, which takes forever, and then we can kind of kick on past that. We need like easy fights really against sort of high XP yielding stuff. And I don't really know. I mean, there's the Oinkolones, but I suppose if Appleton can beat them, but it was with Leech Seed, in fairness. Not sure yet, just reviewing. Okay. Maybe either is that an L? Oh, it's one of those ones where it's an L or an I, and I don't know. A final mouse or a Razor Death. Oh, they made a V3 Death Adder now, have they? I didn't know there was a third Death Adder. I had the original one, actually. I had a white original Death Adder. My first mouse that I used. I ended up using it recently as well, because I was doing something on a... Oh, they have an Applin! Oh no, I kind of feel bad about this. I ended up doing something on a laptop, and I didn't have a mouse, and I don't like using trackpads. Or like mouse pads, you know what they're called, like the touch pads on a thing. So I ended up plugging my old Death Adder mouse in that I found. Oh my god, it was so clunky in comparison to my new one. Oh, I say new one. I've had this one almost 2 years now, I think. But this one that I have now, the HyperX, what is it, Pulse Fire? The one with the hex cut out of it, is really, really lightweight and super, like, agile. And then when I got the Razor out, oh, it was so clunky. It feels like triple the weight of this one. It's ridiculous. So hopefully, if they've got the weight down on them, it would be nice. But there was something kind of nice about having a really heavy mouse. I don't know what it was, really. Just felt alright, you know? Oh, that wasn't such great damage. Shame we don't have a boosting move. Can you imagine if we had Dragon Dance already? No, I guess we'll just stay and eat the hit from Dig, but... I feel like early game dragons are slow, but once we get them into their second evolutions, it'll be so OP. I agree. So we have figured out that for Iono, we can actually get one. So when we do the fight against Iono in a minute, well, I say in a minute, when we get to it later on, it's probably going to be a little while before we do that, actually. We're actually going to be, I think, a bit, what's the word? Like, short on time today, basically. Because right now, we're so slow doing stuff. We really need to speed up. Oh, we're probably slower, aren't we? Here we are. But we're really slow on actually getting through stuff right now, and I need to speed up. But we can get Gabite before the fight against Iono. So we can at least get one evolved to its second form, which will start becoming quite useful, because we did get a Gible earlier. And obviously Cyclizar is already fully evolved, so... Because it's Cyclizar. So, I mean, it doesn't evolve. So that's already set up and ready to go. So we have two of our Pokemon kind of in a good spot power-wise. Everyone else will be just kind of... Well, I guess we have Appleton and Flapple as well, who are also good resists for what we're doing here in the next bit. If you look at it, particularly against Belly Bolt, we just kind of hardcore wall them. So, yeah, there ain't much they can do. Now, this thing's going to die to Leech Seed, because I could just protect next turn and we're good. Yeah, Dragon Dance or Sword Stance would be crazy on like a level 20 Axew, wouldn't it? Or a level 20 anything, really. Level 20 Dragon Dance Gible. That'd be crazy, wouldn't it? Yeah, Appleton right now, its damage is kind of really bad, but what we've found out that it's kind of just about tanky enough to actually fight almost anything at this point. Just using Leech Seed and Protect to stall it, because it can just about steal enough HP. So it's actually been surprisingly good so far. He's been surprisingly goated at just fighting stuff. It was a big surprise, really. Yeah, I think we'll keep Acrobatics, because it's a better move than Wing Attack. But, I mean, we knew Appleton was kind of funny, but... I mean, so far he's basically just been able to sit in front of just about, like, everything, though, and fight them. Like, he's fought against Oinkolones, he beat... These were the two big ones. The trainer down here, just outside Levincia, he beat the Klefki solo. Pretty much. I mean, we ended up switching out in the end, but, you know, he practically, like, was the reason the Klefki died because of Leech Seed. And then if you look at the next bit, where he went in and he fought against... There's a trainer on the other side, a little kid who has a Cubchew. He's quad weak to, of course, the Cubchew, because Cubchew is ice and he's dragon grass. He 1v1'd the Cubchew and won. Against an ice type. Now, albeit, that's because it only went for Frost Breath once, and when it did do it, it missed. Really? Dude, Axew's just getting... Axew's kind of getting done dirty here, because I feel like every time we bring it out, it just dies. It's a little annoying, actually. But, yeah, so we beat a Cubchew as well, which was kind of funny. Just watching him 1v1 an ice type. Poor Axew, man. He's got a little bit of power in his attack, but his defense is just not there. I mean, with Dragon Claw, he's got something strong about him with his physical attack. But he just needs some survivability. I mean, in this case, he had to take multiple hits, I suppose, as well, which you could argue is not optimal, but... Bagon up to 22 is good. Then we finally got our first Pokemon up to 22 where we wanted them. I guess we'll switch Bagon out of the team now. Oh, for reference as well, this is the stuff here. Yeah, we have minus defense, increased special defense with Sand Veil on Gible, which isn't good, but it's not bad either because it doesn't ruin our stats. And then we had the reverse on Cyclizar. So Cyclizar is basically the same, but the opposite. So none of his stats get ruined, but they don't get improved by his stuff either. Let's bring Gible in next. Let's go to the Pokemon Center and get old Axew back up again. I feel sorry for Axew, really. He's just getting kind of pummeled. Poor guy. Welcome in, Leon. How's it going? Dragon only run sounds interesting. Does indeed. We've been on a quest over about the last year to try and complete the game using one of every single type. Using only that one in a monotype run. So this is run number 18. It's the final one. The last run of Pokemon Scarlet and Violet that we get the monotypes complete on, which I think is pretty cool. Welcome into stream. Yeah, Goomy isn't great either. Problem with Goomy is it's level 40 when it evolves. So I went through and I grabbed all of the info on all the Pokemon we have, evolution levels and all of that. And yeah, Gible's the only one that evolves below level 30. Everybody else, apart from the apples, of course, because they were items, everybody else evolves quite late, and it's a bit awkward. Mirage with the 85... Yeah, I never know what to say to these. 85 streams in a row. Like... 85. Insane, man. Insane. Alright, I'm looking for a group of Tauros, because you reckon they'd be good forks. Every type in Sword and Shield. That'd be milking it a bit, I think, wouldn't it? Oh, this is the one with the Azumarill. We're not fighting that person. I think that's one too far for Appleton, to be honest. He might have beaten an Ice type and a Klefki. Oh, Axew, come on. Can we not beat the Tauros? Well, there's one hero that can win this fight. Come on, Fruit Boy. I told you. Look at him go. He did it. I told you. Appleton is the GOAT. Missed the fighting type one. It was... Well, when was it? Wasn't that long ago. It was probably... Oh god, Fruit Boy lost as well.
I can't believe what I'm seeing.
I would say fighting was maybe in about May, April time. So it's been a little bit, not too oh god, we can't beat. I guess we're just gonna have to regularly fight them instead because we can't beat them in auto battles. Figzo12, thank you for the cheeky follow. I appreciate it. And welcome to stream. How is it going? Pokemon streamer, indeed. I am indeed streaming Pokemon. Well observed. I'm scared of this Tauros. Man, this thing's terrifying. Got a Turtwig with a different website name. Interesting. A website name. I want to see Lucario because he's my favorite. Let me have a look at the screenshot. I want to say I don't think Lucario actually made it into the final team, honestly. I could be wrong. I can tell you when we finished it as well, actually, looking at this. We finished it on the 2nd of June. Oh, he did make it in. The final team we had for that run, for reference, is... Whoa, that's some damage. Annihilate, Medicham, Flamigo, Tauros, regular, Hariyama, and Lucario. That was the team we used for mono fighting, and it was in June, so... That should mean, by that logic, that the VODs are up on YouTube, I think, now. So you might be able to go back and see it if you really want to, if you check the link below stream and look at the YouTube stuff. I'm getting traded from websites. Not sure entirely what that means, but... Good? Question mark? I guess? I don't know. Please don't attack me. No! He's finally fallen in battle. Oh, no. He's finally been knocked out. He's finally been defeated. That's the first time Fruit Boy has lost a fight to anything. Maybe the on-screen celebration, Mirage, my dude. I appreciate it. Thank you for the 10 beats. Oh, dear. I think we're in trouble here against this thing. No, we're not. We can win. We can use Protect on him. Yes. Goomy the hero. Yes. The piece of gum-looking geezer's about to win. Yeah, get it. And then he fucking boosted anyway. Are you serious? Get out of it, Tauros. Dick. What a dick, man. He just boosted and then waited for us to use Protect. But yeah, yeah, the VOD should be up on YouTube, I think, at this point. So if you are interested in looking at the VODs for it, it should be up there. Up to you at the end of the day, of course. If you want to or not. Hi, Nitty. Thank you for the 25 to 25 stream streak as well now. What is this? You guys, I guess it's because of when it came in at the same time with the, or when it came in, the, stream streaks. All of you have stream streaks going off at the same time, and it like bombards me with them during the stream where I'm just getting hit by so many, and I just can't like. Yeah, it's so hard to like accept all of them, you know, and look and be like, wow, you guys actually watched like 15 streams in a row or whatever, you know, all the way up to like what? I mean, Bevan and Oreo are pushing, I think, 160. I don't know what exactly they're on anymore because I haven't seen either of them drop one for a little bit, I don't think. So I actually don't know which either of them are on. But I want to say Oreo's always one ahead of Bevan, so they've got to be somewhere between 150 and 160. I don't know if I've seen a 155 yet, so I don't know. Maybe somewhere around there. Dude, all the Tauros are watching. It's so intimidating for our boy. Thank you so much, though, Nitty. Pretty tired. Thought I'd drop by before conking out. Have a great stream, mate. I'll try, my dude. I will try. I've always been a trier. All I can do at the end of the day, innit, is try and see what happens. I appreciate you taking the time to pop in and say hi, you know? And I hope... Oh, dear. I hope you sleep well, my dude. Have a good one, yeah? How's the run going? I can't really answer that, I guess, because we haven't actually done any, like, fights today, really. We've just been grinding, so, like, it hasn't really changed yet, so I suppose I don't really have an answer for that question yet. Because we haven't really done anything. It's actually kind of sad. We've been grinding pretty much for, like, 2 hours, which is pretty awful, like, time-wise right now. So, well, no, I was going to say we're a little. We're quite behind schedule, actually, I think, here. We probably should be a bit further ahead than we are. No, nice. We kill him this turn as well. But yeah, welcome in, Cassidy. Haven't finished Pokemon Violet because I got other games. Hey, nothing wrong with that, though. It's always good to have variety in your games, I think. I mean, at the end of the day, when you think about it, you know, that's how you don't get bored with stuff, is you have variety. You play different games, and different games interest you at different times, and things like that, you know, and it's just the way it is, really, isn't it? Nothing wrong with that. I think it's a good thing to have a variety of games that you play in order to keep yourself interested, rather than burning out on any one thing, you know? As a long-term Destiny 2 player, and a long-term R6 Siege player, burnout is real, you know? You gotta make sure that you control it, and don't let it, kind of, be too powerful. Should we give Fruit Boy a chance? Other Fruit Boy a chance, yeah. I mean, he's super effective. We'll give him a go, why not? That being said, actually, with Destiny, I don't really know where I am with D2 at the minute. I mean, all the recent stuff that's kind of come out about Bungie hasn't been great news, and it sounds like the game's kind of on death's door, so... It's very sad to think about, but it's kind of one of those situations where I'm like... Do I actually want to invest any more time in playing Destiny 2 anymore? You know? Very sad. I'm actually wondering about whether it's time for me to just move on and not go back to it. Playing Combat Master right now. No idea what Combat Master is, but I hope you're having fun. That's the main thing. Yeah, Tauros Massacre, yeah. Oh, there you go. Speak of the devil, you must have been... I mean, that's either an incredible coincidence or you must have been lurking and heard me say that, Oreo. I mean, it could have been a crazy coincidence. Who knows? But a 155 stream streak right there. There you go. You've confirmed it for us. 155, though. Like, the fuck? What do I even... What am I supposed to say to that? You know? That's... What am I actually supposed to say? 155 streams in a row. Like... How am I supposed to compute this? You know? Like, honestly. Kind of mind-blowing, you know? I think for me, with things like that, it's kind of one of those things where... it's like kind of hard to accept seeing that because of the way that I thought about stream for so long, you know? Because like for a long time, if a lot of you had come in here, I'd have kind of been like, I don't know. I would have told you that stream was probably not worth watching, you know? So, sitting there and looking at a 155 stream streak, like, I can't actually wrap my head around it. 155 streams in a row. It's so, like, mind-blowing. I just don't even know what to think. Nothing? Just thanks, I guess. I mean, I suppose. I don't know. Is it actually at 155? Or is that just the most recent one you've had to put in chat? It might be above 155 now. Or is it actually on 155 right now? Grovel at your feet and worship you as the Twitch deity, peasants. I like that answer, folks. Oh, it is 155 on the dot. Okay. I didn't know if it was 155 or if it was, like, slightly higher and... Yeah. There you go, that confirms it. Just get my fan on as well. It's actually getting really hot in here. Oh no, I'm being fought by another Taurus. It's getting very hot in here, and it's not my gameplay that's doing it. It's just the temperature. And 155. That means Bevan's at 154 then. Lil Bevy, he's always one behind. He'll get there one day. I wonder what the highest... Well, surely it's 999. Or like 995 it caps at. Maybe it goes up above 1,000. I mean, that'd be crazy if someone even made to 1,000 in the first place, but like... That's fucking wild, though. How are you doing, Oriel? How are you? I know I actually talked to you earlier anyway, but... How are you? I feel obligated to ask now that you're here in stream. How are you doing? One of your days off today, isn't it? So I think, were you just vibing today? Taking it in, waiting for the moving news again, of course. What are you streaming after you're done with Dragon only? Bold of you to assume I think that far ahead. No idea. Well, in terms of Pokemon stuff, because I don't stream this every day, of course. I stream other stuff as well as Pokemon. I'll probably end up... I mean, I'll stream everything else that I normally stream. When it comes to Pokemon, I have an idea for a few different, like, meme kind of runs we were planning on maybe doing. Nothing crazy, though. Like the odd run here and there where we had an idea of doing, like, Tauros only and stuff like that, but... We're dead. Fuck. So, nothing too wild. But we have a few ideas of, like, things here and there, you know? But this will probably last, well... If everything goes to plan... This will be finished in a week's time. On next Thursday, it will be finished. Because usually it takes 4 streams to do one monotype. So it takes about 20 hours per run. So in this case, yeah, that would take us up to about Thursday next week. Let's try another Tauros. Interesting. Interesting indeed. Well, I'm glad you're doing alright though, Oriel. I mean, we would love to see a better than a fine, but a fine is better than bad, so, you know, we'll take that, you know? It's the way I see it. It's the way I've always said it on stream. A fine or an alright is better than a bad, you know? So we'll take it. We'll accept the answer. And I mean, it can't be bad. We got Fruit Boy on screen. In one of his 2 forms. And I've got a third one sat on my desk. What with the Applin card from Twilight Masquerade. So I mean, it can't be bad, can it? There's 3 Fruit Boys. Pretty much right here. How can that be bad? That fan actually feels so good today as well. It's because it's slightly cooler even though it's still quite humid. So that fan just kind of hits different because it's actually cool breeze today instead of just pushing warm air around. It's quite nice. These Intimidate, some of these Tauros are actually kind of annoying for us here because we keep losing out on a ton of damage from acrobatics. Bruh. I wish we had more. Oh, we can kill it though with the next Protect. It will die to Leech Seed, so that's good at least. Oh, actually went down to Acro. Nice. We killed a whole gang of Tauros. They're a whole herd. Everyone else apart from Flapple is also about to level up to 22 and it's going to be stuck on its own. Poor little guy. I guess we'll just fight one of these Oinkolones now. Can he just win it? Win against it in a... Oh, I can. Okay, that's good. He's fighting something else. I don't know what he just fought, actually. I think it was a Litleo. Makes sense that he'd lose, though, because it's been a fire type. Okay, Goomy with the level up. Whereas more Oinkolones. Actually, I wonder if he can beat a Tauros just straight now. I bet he can. No, he can't. He has flying moves, yet he still can't beat the Tauros. And the illustrious Fruit Boy and Goomy now dropping off the team as well, leaving the newcomers, really. Gible, other Fruit Boy, and Cyclizar, of which Cyclizar is kind of a weird one in this situation, because he actually can't fight the Tauros. That was... I wanted to do auto battle there. So that Tauros just came flying out of nowhere as well. That's kind of funny, wasn't it? Flying Tauros just coming in out of nowhere. Looks like we have a break actually right now, so let me go to the BRB and we'll sit and wait for a sec, shall we, while we let the ad break go through. So we will continue on again in 1:40. Okay, BRB everybody. And the break's over, so we can keep going now. Go for Protect while the Oinkologne is stuck underground, of course. Welcome back from the break, everybody. Like how Scarlet and Violet makes it a lot easier to grind. Yeah, it does. Traditional grinding in this game is kind of the same, I think. When it comes to more specific niche methods of grinding, I think is where it makes the big difference. So, like the sandwiches being used for XP grinding to spawn certain Pokemon is where it really shines, I think. With the best example being what I tend to use for most of my grinding in these runs of spawning in all the Blissies at the north of the map. I think that's where you really like win points with it for this method versus the other games, I would say. At least in my opinion anyway, I think that's where you like make the most progress with the leveling, you know. Yeah, the EXP share as well, that is true, yeah. The XP share on everyone. I know it's kind of one of those features that's a bit controversial. You either like it or you don't, but I don't mind it. I would prefer if you could switch it off just for the purposes of... Because I know people want that, so I don't know why they've never had a switch on it. Doesn't really seem like something that's that big of a deal that they would need to not have a ability to switch it off on. So I don't really understand. And if they know that people kind of like to complain about it, it's a bit of a weird one to just keep. But, you know, as Pokemon Company going to do what Pokemon Company wants, I guess, you know? Nobody really knows what they're going to do we? They always just do some random stuff. Our Fruit Boy lost to that Oinkologne. Nice. I guess we have to heal him before every time he fights, otherwise he's going to lose. And the Tauros just jumped us. Oh, not again. Alright, well, let's see how far Fruit Boy's come. Can he beat this Tauros? But he must have tried to auto-battle, I think, considering he's lost a chunk of health. One Blissey can get you like 12k XP if you're holding a Lucky Egg. Yeah, if you get a good one, you can get some that are really, really good XP gains on them, yeah. I think without them, when we've been doing the runs, you tend to get something like 6,000 to 8,000, I would say, on average from a Blissey up in that spot of the game. Now, the higher level ones are going to give you slightly more, but I mean, either way, 6,000 to 8,000 is probably at least one level every 1 to 2 Blissies. So if you look at it like that, pretty much as long as you get a Pokemon that can deal with one of the Blissies, you're pretty much fine. You know, you get enough damage and then you're absolutely fine from that point on, so it is what it is, you know. I think it's a really good grinding method. I use it a lot. Dare I say I abuse it? Maybe. It's not an exploit or anything like that. It's just one of those methods that's really good that seems to be not that well known, strangely. But I mean, why not use it, really? Because it's there. It's free quick XP. Like, I think this should be enough, actually, to get us to level up. Then we can actually start doing stuff, yeah. Now we're at level 22, we can start kind of cracking on. It's taken us a while to get to this point, of course, because we're literally 2 hours and 10 minutes into stream, practically. And we've achieved nothing. But it's... yeah. I probably shouldn't have talked to the Pokemon Center yet, actually. Should get my other Pokemon out first. I think first thing we're going to do is going to go beat Bombardier real quick. So, for the purposes of that, we'll switch the Fruit Boys out, because they don't need to be in this one. I think Cyclizar is a bring there. I actually think Gible's a good bring there as well, to resist rock. Bagon's always useful. Well, everyone's coming here, aren't they? Everyone apart from the two apples. Always have Dratini with Thunder Wave, so that's an option as well. But I think Cyclizar is probably our play up front for that one. I want to say, with Breaking Swipe as well. Having a chance to knock attack down, quite a useful thing. Let's Pokemon Center up. And then let's go hit Bombardier. So we're going to beat Bombardier, then we're going to hopefully beat Giacomo really soon afterwards, because everyone's already at 22. I suppose that's the good thing here, though, really, when you look at it. because everyone's already at 22, it kind of allows us to skip a little bit of what we normally do, or at least, I say skip, restructure. That's a good buzzword, isn't it? Restructure. That allows us to do some restructuring. Because instead of doing what we'd normally do in our traditional route, where we would defeat Bombardier, then beat him, and then we'd start worrying later on about, like, Iono, we don't have to do that. Because we're already basically leveled up now to deal with Iono. So by the time we've beaten this fight against Bombardier, the fight against Giacomo, and then we go and have to come back here to do the fight against Nemona, the gym trainers, and then fight Iono, we're pretty much going to be locked and loaded, ready to fight her straight away, so we can skip the grinding phase before Iono. Or at least, if we need to do it, we can do it using XP candies and stuff, probably, to speed it up. So yeah, that's quite helpful actually. It saves a bit of time, because otherwise we would be here for a decent chunk longer, and we don't really want that. Not because we're necessarily, like, we're not against the clock in terms of it doesn't matter if we, like, run over on stream time or anything, but, you know, it's always nice to keep to a schedule, I suppose, of getting in and finishing the, you know, each section within the amount of kind of normal time that we would do it for, and you'd expect that Dragon will be fairly potent when it comes to this. I suppose you got to remember though that Dragon has the lowest XP gains. They're in the low XP group, so it is definitely a longer process to grind. So I suppose that does have to kind of be taken into consideration, but and I didn't really think about that until just now. So yeah, I suppose that's also kind of part of it, isn't it? Is Dragon takes longer to grind up, so you've got to keep it in mind. But against Iono, I mean, we should have a fairly solid fight here, so I'm not really too concerned about the lost kind of time or anything, because I think we can catch it up quite quickly. Just thinking about, like, logically of what we've got, you know, Iono, these three here, which are really quick fights. Then we've got beat Iono. Next fight we go into straight away is either going to be fight against Clothworm and Kofu. Once we've beaten Kofu, all bets are off, because now grinding becomes incredibly easy. Because once Kofu is down, like, and we just go up to the Blissies and we just wreck them. So once Kofu's beaten, which is another type we resist, of course, in water, we pretty much sweep the floor with him. And then Larry... Really then a question of, do you think Larry can do much to stop us as a speed bump? And honestly, no, I don't. I don't think Larry is going to be much of a speed bump for us, because I think by that point, level 36, while some of our Pokemon won't have evolved yet, some stuff is finally going to start getting good. We're already going to have Gabite. I think we should have Dragonair about that time. I can actually look at the sheet because I have them all written down. So by the time we do that, we should have Dragonair. In theory, we can have Arctobax as well if we go and get one. I don't know if we will or not before. We might. But we will have Gabite. We will have Shelgon as well. So we'll actually have the first few of our second evolution dragon types, which is good. So our lads and ladies in the team are going to get a ton stronger, basically. When they evolve, obviously it's going to be a pretty big, sizable increase in power, I think. So, really good news on that front. Double attack minus there as well, as Bombardier goes for a Torment, and little Knackley's going to set up and steal the kill, I'm sure, because he always does. Maybe with a Nox Cat. We love a Nox Cat redeem around here. Good old Nox Cat, there he is. In on stream. Everybody loves a Nox Cat. I bet he uses Smackdown and steals it. Yep. There's something about it. Arven always waits, basically. It's always third turn, fourth turn that he'll attack finally after using Rock Polish. He knows. It's always when you get Bombardier down to about no health that he'll attack finally. Oh, that's dangerous. Cyclizar's gone up a bit higher there. Bite. You can take that instead of Taunt. That's a good move, actually. Yeah, Noxcat is here. Good old Noxcat. We do love Noxcat. He's a legend of the stream, is Noxcat. Strange beginnings for Noxcat there as well, isn't it? Because he never originated from my stream at all. So, kind of funny how he came about, really. His origin story is kind of a strange one, so... I'm just glad that, you know, he became part of the stream, I guess, in the end. After he was a little part of a little project, really. It's really cool. Good old Noxcat. And, I mean, he is also a PNG that I use. So. We've never done a stream where I've actually just been Noxcat, though. I don't think we've ever used him as just a straight PNG on stream here. That'd be interesting. One day, just don't say anything, just randomly change to Noxcat PNG. Kind of funny. I don't think I've changed the text speed to fast here. I need to do that. I think I said last time that I needed to do it, and I completely forgot. But it's always something worth doing, because it just speeds these up a little. Not that you can get these to go much faster. I mean, they're obviously still going to be slow, but... you still want to just get, you know, squeeze out the time as much as you can. Because as I say, we've almost done half the stream today. Which is insane to think that we've almost done half the stream already. We're almost on the downhill side of it. Or if you're a parent talking about walking to school when you were a youth. The second uphill section, of course, because we were memeing about that the other day, weren't we? People talking about how difficult things are. And then memeing about the whole when you used to speak to your parents about walking to school or something. And they tell you they had to fight a T-Rex and walk for a blizzard every day when they were going there or something. I was saying that my favourite one is where, like as a joke, where people would joke about it and they'd say they had to walk uphill both ways. So we're on the second uphill stretch now. We're going back. We've reached the top of the mountain. Now we need to go uphill again instead of going down the other side. Yeah. Been a weird day today though so far. As I say, we've not really, well, this is our first first boss defeated at 2 hours and 15 minutes or so. So we are slow today. I mean, there's no getting around that. But as I say, I think early on getting the grinding done means we can speed up, so we can probably recover it and get ahead of where we were. We just need to get in a groove and get going, you know? And then I think we'll be fine. Well, this is one of the longer ones. We're going to be here for a while. Well, we have already been here for a while, but I think Arven's almost done. Come on, Arven, hurry up. We haven't got all day, mate. Come on. Right, now we can swim. That's actually kind of handy. In this case, it doesn't make a huge amount of difference because there's only one water-based Pokemon that we need to get, which is Skrelp. And we don't really need to worry about that right now. The real thing here is, I think we've got to look at... So we're fighting Dark type. we don't really have any specific Pokemon well equipped to deal with Dark. So I think we'll probably just stick with this team, and we will just kind of go from here. I think we might use Gible up front here so we can deal with Pawniard. And then once we dealt with Pawniard, we can move on to the fight against the Reverooms with all of our Pokemon here. So, yeah, the Reveroom's going to be kind of interesting, though, because none of our Pokemon are that crazy good. I'm a little scared of him, but at the same time, you know, you kind of just got to bite the bullet and go for it, I think. So let's see what happens. I probably should actually switch someone out for Appleton. Just because he's, like, vaguely bulky. He can't Leech Seed is the only thing. So there's no Leech Seed when it comes to him. But he's also got special defense, which is good. So I think we'll drop Dratini. Only because Dratini is unable to paralyze here. Because you can't paralyze the Team Starmobiles. So Dratini's kind of role of what it traditionally does in the gym fights is a bit useless here. And Appleton probably just fills a not necessarily a damage dealer role slightly better than Dratini does. Because Dratini does have some decent moves in Dragon Tail and Twister, but I think Appleton probably is just a bit bulkier and fits the role slightly better in this case. I mean, it's a better Pokemon, but that's also because it's evolved, so it's kind of unfair to cross-compare the two. You know? It's always unfair to compare an evolved Pokemon with a non-evolved Pokemon, but yeah. I've just done it, so there you go. Too late for that now, isn't it? I didn't change the text speed again. Fuck. Need to remember to do that. Is this... No, it's not Hounder, is it? What do they have out here? Murkrow. Which is kind of annoying, actually. Because it is good against... Oh, we only have one move to use on it, because we've got ground on all our other moves. Can only use Dragon Breath. Come on, Gible. That was not the bulkiness we were looking for. Okay, paralysis is okay, though. Come on, young Gib. I'm glad it didn't have Quick Attack or something, or Sucker Punch. That would have been annoying. Or didn't use it if it had it anyway. That should be the only XP we gain from here, so we should still be safe on level caps. My realistic aim here is to get Iono defeated by the next... Iono and Giacomo here to be done in the next 20 minutes. If I can get it. So that's what we're aiming for. So about 20 minutes, it would be 2 hours 45-ish on the clock at that point. That's what I'm aiming for. Whether or not we'll hit that, I don't know, but kind of depends how long it takes for us to do the gym challenge stuff beforehand. We'll see. Have a good stream. I'm gonna go catch some Zeds. Have a good one, Leon. You sleep well. Thanks for hanging out with us. And you take it easy, yeah? Have a good one. Thanks for popping in, man. I appreciate it. We will continue on and hopefully successfully keep our flawless record intact. I mean, if we don't keep our flawless record intact today for this set of fights, then there was no hope of doing it in the first place. Because there's much harder fights coming later on in the run. I've already kind of come up with an idea of what I think I might do for one of the later fights anyway. Because obviously one of the big things we're going to run into is a dragon fight later on that's going to be problematic, right? We'd fight Hassel. Now, Hassel in the Elite Four he's a problem because he's got nasty Pokemon. He's got a nasty team, and he doesn't match up well against us because of what he is, right? He's dragon. It's not good for us. However, and there is a but when it comes to this, we already know how to beat him. And the blueprint has already been created by the previous 2 runs in Volcarona and Cloyster, because what he does not do or possess is boosting moves. What we can do on most of our Pokemon is boosting moves. So I'm pretty sure the way that we're going to end up beating Hassel, which will be one of the Hassel fights of the thing, it'll be a big issue, is basically going to be by cheesing him by using Dragon Dance to outspeed his entire team and one-shot everything. Probably a single Dragon Dance, I suspect, and then we'll end up having to go and try and sweep. But we'll have a number of... By that point in the game, I think the only dragon we won't have will be Hydreigon. So we'll have like an absolute godly level of power to fight him with. We'll have like Salamence and Garchomp and stuff like that to Dragon Dance with. Haxorus probably as well. So we'll have some beefy mons to really go to town with. And it should be quite impressive, I think, seeing how that team runs. I'm excited anyway. This is the first part, though. We can't get ahead of ourselves. We need to win this and defeat our nemesis, Giacomo, the clothing company over here. We have to beat him. Giacomo, the clothing company, needs to be beaten first. So let's beat him. Let's beat the retailer. Really, it's Horniard's not a problem here. The actual issue out of the fight here is the second one, the Reverum. What we really need is for Gible to get out of this first fight in a position where it's able to still land at least one hit. Because getting a Bulldoze off would be really nice on other geezer. He's hitting us with something, probably a Dark-type move. Metal Claw. That's... Okay, never mind. That's not great. That's done a lot of damage. One shot. No, but we knocked his speed down. That's the thing. Oh, it's Defiant. Oh, crap. That's not good. Please outspeed. Please outspeed. Oh, we do. Good. That was scary for half a second there with Defiant. I forgot that was a thing. Yeah. We're definitely not going to have damage here, necessarily. We have no super effectiveness to really go in and, like, chunk the Reverum down. What we'd love to have happen here, I'm not sure if it will. If Reverum goes for Metal Sound, that would be quite nice. Intimidate on Gible is actually a good thing here because it means that it wastes it early on. Wicked Talk, it goes straight in for a hit. Gible lives. Okay. Bulldoze goes off. Right, now the damage is bad. Keep in mind, that's okay though, because what we needed was the speed. So Gible not really doing a lot of damage there is fine. Gible, I think, is one of our slower mons. So now it gives us real access late on for things like Cyclizar and stuff like that to really kind of go crazy. I think what we'll do is we'll go in with Axew next. And we'll try and deal some damage with Dragon Claw and see what we can do there. Because Axew is actually decently... Like, it's fairly decent in terms of its physical attack. So we actually might do a bit here. Oh, less than I thought. It's just going to spam Wicked Talk. Okay. The speed not really making a huge difference yet, but I think with our faster mons it will, with Cyclizar and things like that. Goes for the Snarl. Shame it hasn't used a debuff move yet, but we've got about, I'd say that's somewhere between a quarter and a third. Maybe two... No, I was going to say 2/5. Probably not. I think the next one to go for probably is going to be Goomy. We want to save Appleton and Cyclizar for the end because they're our best chance of killing. So these are the two we like. The next two we want to use is Bagon and Goomy here. Damn, we're going to die in 2 here. That's not good. We can't paralyze, obviously, because it's a Starmobile. Shame it's not using any boosting. Like, I guess it doesn't need it. It critted anyway. Huh. I mean, this isn't going super well. It's not going horribly, but, like, yeah. Ooh. Dragon Breath or Headbutt? He can't be flinched either way. I think we're better on the physical side, aren't we? Yes. Alright, we're going for the Headbutt then. If we had Dragon Claw, that'd be nice. Oh, there we go. We get a boost this time on Metal Sound. Or a debuff. Gives us 1 free shot. Although it means that Bagon probably dies to 1 hit now from... Oh, that wasn't great. Snarl probably kills him 1 now. No, we didn't. That's good. A lot of work for Fruit Boy and Cyclizar to do here, really. A lot of work. Please go for Metal Sound. No. Ooh, this is... I don't like this. This is... I think Cyclizar is the best to bring in last. I think we should go for Fruit Boy next. We should have also put a berry on him, I realize now. We should have berried up before we did this, just in case. We can't go for Leech Seed here either, because it doesn't work on these things. So what we can really do is protect. That's good. We can take a few hits. While we can't do a huge amount of damage, we can take a couple of hits. Now, Bullet Seed is probably not going to be worth using, even though it's a stab. I think we'd rather just take the hits here and go for this. We can take another 2 hits, I'd say, if we're lucky. So I think Cyclizar can lock this out safely. Yeah, I think Cyclizar should be safe here. We should be able to get 1 more headbutt in, and then I think Cyclizar wins it, minus a crit here from either way, really. If we get a crit, we might even kill him here, so... Now, Fruit Boy not quite pulling it off this time, but that's okay. Might go for a boost. No, it goes for Snarl. Snarl could have missed, I suppose. We could have got lucky there. That's fine. Cyclizar should actually outspeed, I think, with the -1. So I think Breaking Swipe is probably a 1-shot here. Even so, I think Cyclizar's probably got enough in the tank to be able to live a hit anyway. And we get the Quick Claw. Makes it even safer. Nice and easy. Well, I say nice and easy. That was probably a closer fight than it needed to be. Yeah. Not the greatest fight, but not bad. And that marks the break, I guess. It's just popped up on my screen, so I guess we'll take that right as that ends. So we'll be back in a minute then, okay? So BRB, everybody. I'll get up and have a stretch this time. I'll have a full-on stretch break, so I'll be back in a sec then. I'll put the lo-fi back on as well. BRB. Right. Not wasting any time. Let's get back into the fray. Straight away. No time to waste. We're spamming A like an absolute fiend at the minute. And again, I haven't changed the text speed, so it's slow popping up here, unfortunately. I hate that we have to do these every time. Shame we can't just skip the cutscenes, honestly. Like, doing them the first time is fine, but after that, like... I mean, this is the 18th time I've played through the game, so, like, at least specifically in this case, anyway. Played through it in other playthroughs as well, so I've played through this more than 18 times, and I've seen this plenty of times. I don't need to do it again, you know? I also think that my Let's Beat Iono by quarter 2 is probably also out the window, because I'm looking at it now, we have 10 minutes. And we've still got to beat our rival once, and then beat Iono and all of her gym trainers, which ain't gonna happen in 10 minutes, so that's out the window as well. So I guess we'll clock that now up to, like, if we've beaten her by 3 hours deep into stream, leaves us with 2 hours left to beat Larry and Kofu, which is optimistic to say the least, I think. To defeat both of those from level 20. Well, we have 12 levels we'd have to go up to get to Larry. I think it'd be possible. I think we just have to do it very quickly. We just can't hang about, and I may well have to abuse the Blissey farm. Which I don't really tend to do this early, but I think actually in this case it might be worth doing, just so we can speed up the grind. Otherwise I think we are just going to get stuck and bogged down. More so than we already have, so... We've been kind of running slow enough this stream, I'd say, so I think we need to do whatever we can here, even if it's a risk, in order to try and speed up, because we are well behind schedule. I mean, normally I think when I do this, I'd have beaten this guy, Giacomo, probably 20-30 minutes into stream 2 normally, so... Again, the XP grind is slow on Dragon, and they, you know, they didn't really have great matchups against anything that we were able to fight up on the grinding area outside Levincia, so that kind of made it a little more difficult. I think sometimes I normally beat Iona by about 2 hours, so I mean, being at 2 hours 40 almost is not horrific. It's just not great, you know, I would say. But I don't know. Who am I kidding? We're still behind. It's just copium at this point saying that we aren't that behind, I think. Oh, there's Mela as well. When do we go for her? What level's Mela? 27. Well, we might do Mela today as well. It kind of depends. We do resist her, which is fair. And Gabite, quite frankly, will probably have a field day with her team, so that's good. I think we will keep out Flapple from this one as well. Appleton will come into the team here. It's an obvious choice. Gible runs up front here, obviously, as well. At least for now. When we get into the actual fight, I think we're more likely to run someone else up front instead. I think we'll run Dratini up front maybe instead, and try and do our usual disruption via the use of Dragon Tail. But for now, I guess we'll run Gible up front for this when we do the fight against... we also want to bring Cyclizar out the team because he's level 23 already, so we'll do the switch there for Dratini. With Appleton on the team, this should be fine. We need to go into the gym place now and then challenge our rival, which is Nimona. Get that out of the way. She has Rockruff, Pormo, and... Actually, it might still be Porme. I can't remember. But she has an electric type, a rock type, and a grass type, so... Their matchup isn't great against us. She definitely gets an easier time against Gible, but we can always switch in someone else, and like Appleton if we needed to, and we can kind of go crazy there. There's a Rookidee in chat. Did find a shiny Rookidee not that long ago. I mean, it was a little while ago now. It was a couple of weeks, but... Yeah. Shiny Rookidee. If anybody wants one. Who knows? Maybe you'll get a shiny from Pokemon Community Game. I haven't seen it for a while, but you never know. lean back in my chair now. We're in serious mode. Hurry up, Nimona. I already know how this goes. You're going to get beaten anyway, so just get on with it, you know? Like, just get on with it. You know you're going to lose, alright? Nobody got Rookity. Damn. Poor Rookity. Poor little guy. I just need to focus on playing, though. Focus on playing and trying to clear this stuff as quick as possible. Rather than looking at what Pokemon are appearing in chat, I guess. So, let's dial in. Lock in, dial in, whatever we want to call it. Huge one-shot from Gible there. That's good. That's what we were looking for. A bit of speed, a bit of pace. Getting it into the run here and getting us going in the front foot. That's what we needed. Big hit from, taken from Rockruff there. I mean, Gible... While Gible's not exactly strong, as the dragons go, he's got a little bit of power, you know? He's okay. He's not bad. He's just definitely outclassed. None of the baby dragons are really that good. One of the ones we don't have here, actually, which is Dreepy, is really bad. So not having Dreepy is not a bad thing, actually. Although Dreepy's a ghost type, so it does kind of nullify some of the early game Pokemon, because obviously... most things have, like, Tackle. Or it's just Quaxwell. Where did I think she'd have the grass types? Never mind. Well, that's... No, that's equally as good, actually. In our case, we'll be neutral, because we're part ground, so we don't actually resist water attacks anymore. We'll go for Dragon's Breath anyway. You never know. We might get a paralysis or something. We might end up dying. Then we just switch to Appleton, and we win with Bullet Seed. So, is it the end of the world? No. This should be an easy fight. If we end up losing on... our boy here, Gible, and that's okay. It's not the end of the world. Going for Water Pulse. It might kill. Wouldn't surprise me if it did. Oh, it didn't. Oh, I just realized you can't actually see our HP bar because it's behind the overlay. Oh, yeah. Well, you can only see it between the actual, like, bits here. I think when we take damage during the process of the battle from them, you can't see it because it moves the UI. So you'll see whether we've lived or not afterwards, I guess. It's like a moment of suspense. Yeah, we died to Water Pulse. There's no way we live that. We're just going to die to it. It's fine. Then we just bring in Bullet Seed and go for that on Appleton. That at least speeds that up. Will it be in our rival by quarter 2, which is nice. Or, for anyone who doesn't use that as a terminology for time, 2 hours and 45 minutes or 9:45 p.m. Because I remember the other day when I mentioned... Oh, he's got a thingy. When I mentioned the, what was it, quarter past, I think was the... I think it was quarter past was what I used. And it caused a stir in the chat. I guess it's not a rest of the world thing. Using quarter 2 and quarter past. Or quarter of an hour in general as a terminology. Everyone's up to 23 now, but... yeah, I think they'll be okay. There's not that much XP before we get to Iono. So I think we'll be alright. Probably. Hurry up, Nimona, please. 3 full heals. Wow. We will probably want to, before we take the fight here with Iono coming up, we probably will want to chuck on some cherry berries if we can. Other than maybe Appleton, but that's only because Appleton has Ripen. So it means he doubles the effect on his berry. So for him, it's basically like we use, say, like a citrus berry or an orange berry, we get double heal from it. I think there's also a... I remember seeing this in... what's it called? Pokemon Showdown. I think there's an ability that some Pokemon get that we don't get on Appleton called Harvest, which works with berries as well. Well, once you've used it, you have a chance to get your berry back after using it, which is quite interesting. And I remember there was a few times where I had it with this Executor that I was using. I think it was a Alolan Executor. And it was just bullshitting against Bevan, where we just survived for like 5 turns in a row by constantly getting my berry back and healing. It was ridiculous. We just get like crazy amounts of healing back every turn from it. It was great. So speak to Iono as well, the self-promo. Get her dealt with. Put her in the dirt. He wants us to bring passion to the stream. Damn. I guess 17 runs through the game wasn't enough commitment in that fair, you know? We don't have enough drive. Trying to think now whether the best thing to do immediately after going here is to run to the top of the map and level grind. And get up to level 28, probably. I wonder if it is. Or at least close to 28, and then I can fine-tune the rest of the grind. If we can be fighting her, well, if we can have beaten Iono by on the hour, that would be good. But ideally, we want to be at least in the fight with her. I don't know if that's going to happen or not, but we'll see. Two-shot on Luxio, probably, with Gible. If I had to guess. It might be a one-shot, but I doubt it. Gible, we want to get to at least... we want him to get to 24, guarantee, before we do the fight, because he evolves to Gabite, and he gets way stronger. So we want him to definitely be there. The rest of them, it's like, we'd like them to get to 24, but only being at 22 is probably okay. But Gible is like he needs to. Because having Gabite is going to be such a big piece of the puzzle here on this one. And then really all we need to do is, if we use the Dragon Tail method, and we force out, maybe if we get lucky and force Miss Magius out early, one of the main things we can do then is, while we can't paralyze it or anything, if we can get it to go Terra Electric and kill it early with Gible, or Gabite, or Cyclizar, pretty much opens up the possibility then of, like, the rest of the fight being a bit of a breeze. Because then you've just got a couple of electric types and a water type. Or that has a one water move and everything else is basically pure electric. And they're a bit screwed. Is this the Flappy guy? I think it is. Oh, Tynamo. That thing has Levitate, so I have to Dragon's Breath it. I thought this was later on. I guess maybe he's got Flappy as well. He also probably can't do much damage to me, though. I mean, 10 damage with a tackle. This Flaffy won't be able to do much. He'll have takedown, but I'm guessing that's its only move that can attack me. I doubt it's even got Spark or anything yet, that Dynamo. Flaffy. Deal with Flaffy. Should be nice and easy. Don't really see it being a problem, to be honest. Flaffy's kind of chump change when it comes to... I mean, with Gible as well. Like, if we manage to lose to it with Gible, there's something wrong. One-shotted. Man, that's some damage right there. Let's go, Gible. Huge. That's what we needed. Gible, like, pushing the pace is what we needed there. Is there another person we have to fight here, though? Don't remember. I want to say no. We only have to just do the one more look for Mr. Clavel somewhere, and then we're done. So I don't think we have to fight another gym trainer. Unless I'm wrong. I might be. Now we're finished. Alright, we just need to use EXP Candy Smalls on Gible. Get him up to 24. And then we go from there. Young Gib. By 4. Okay. Do the next 5. That wasn't even enough. Okay. Never mind, that was a waste. I guess we'll use the rare candies as well. Look at him! Our little guy's evolving. Mr. Gible. I'm very happy to have Gible evolve, though. And then he evolves at level 48, so... 24 and 48 for Gible and Garchomp, which is good. Or Gible and Gabite. So he's gotten slightly bigger and he has a neck now. That's the main thing. The cave Pokemon. Not quite the land shark yet, but he's getting there. Don't think he probably learned anything upon level up, so we're not too worried about that. I actually only think it's probably Appleton, really, that needs to worry about this anyway. We have Recover. Ooh. That's really tempting, but, like... Well... Yeah, let's drop Bullet Seed and pick up Recover. Why not? We have 4 others. Oh, we need Cyclizar in the team as well, actually, now I think about it. Who do we swap out for Cyclizar? Goomy? Yeah. Do that. That works. And then we'll put a thing on Cyclizar. Welcome in, Izzy. How's it going? How are you? That'll be enough. Those 2 at 24 will be fine. Or those 3, the main heavy hitters. We'll item up quickly before we go in as well. Make sure we get cherry berries on everyone. We have to go and fight Aona with dragons only, which, to be honest, it shouldn't be that bad, actually, should it? Dragon resists electric, so... Should be a relatively stress-free fight. Really, what it comes down to is who do we run up front? I think we want to run Dratini. I think Dratini wants to be up front here. Problem is, really all the damage on this team comes from the big 3, and then after that, just kind of it. Don't want to get paralyzed. Gabite can't get paralyzed, of course, because he's ground. So we'll do that, and then everyone else is... Yeah, everyone else is good. That'll be fine. Let's give it a go. I mean, yeah, we should be okay, I think. Type-wise, we have a massive advantage, so... Doing good. I'm glad you're doing well. Welcome into stream. So we're trying to beat the game with only dragon types as part of a long-term series we've been doing since September last year. We played through the game 17 different times using 1 type each time, and this is run number 18, which is dragon. Electric Pokemon know more than electric type moves. They do, but I'm still not very worried about them because it's basically Hex, Bite, and Water Gun, and I guess Uproar on Wattrel. But, I mean, Water Gun's not going to do anything, so Belly Bolt's completely screwed. That thing just gets murked by everything. Particularly, Appleton. We can use Dragon Tail to move Wattrel out the way anyway. Miss Magius is really the only problem here. Which is just kind of annoying more than anything else. It would be nice if Gabite had a physical dragon move, because obviously I can't hit it with Bulldoze. Everyone else I can Bulldoze, and then Cyclizar I can bring in to block Hex, so... I hate that Pokemon, though. Which Pokemon? Miss Magius? Oh, it's a good job I'm fighting it then, isn't it? It should be fine. I'm not scared of Miss Magius. It only has 2 moves. Well, it has Confuse Ray, I guess, but... It has 2 moves, and it can attack us with Charge Beam or Hex. We have a normal type, and we have a ground type, so in theory we could just permanently pivot and PP stall it if we wanted to, but... I beat the game, though. I mean, I'm not disputing whether you've beaten the game or not. I'm just saying, I'm the one streaming the game, so I'm the one fighting it, you know? So, like... It's me who has to deal with the person you don't like. not bad damage, actually. If we bring Magius out early, that'd be quite useful, actually. Let's see who comes out. Okay. I think we Dragon Tail again. Lynch, that's annoying. Well, Dratini dies. Does give me an in for Gabite, though. Well, Dratini's kind of done its job. That's fine if it goes. That's alright. We'll bring Gabite in then. Because then Gabite can basically win this fight. We'll switch out on Belly Bolt, and then we can go in from there. Gabite taking damage before Miss Magius is kind of annoying, but I can always just switch it in on, let's say, like PP stalling, so it won't be the end of the world. And we outspeed, that's good. One shot as well. Big old shot from Gabite taking down the Luxio. That's pretty big. I think she might switch back to Wattrel, but I'm not sure. Isn't there Ice Dragon types? There is indeed one, which was added in this game, being the Baxcalibur line. Or Frigibax line, I guess it depends how you want to describe it, I guess. But there is indeed. We don't currently have access to it, because we use a level cap system, so catching the lowest level version of a Frigibax would be over our current cap. So we can't actually, we wouldn't be able to get one yet, basically. Actually, if I can get Fruit Boy to use Leech Seed on Miss Magius, I could in theory win the fight without taking any damage by just constantly switching between the two Pokemon that are really good against it. We'll set up the Leech Seed on Belly Bolt anyway, but... Look at the resist, though. Our boy right here. The Fruit Boy. Yeah, Baxcalibur is actually quite a good Pokemon. It's just, we can't get it yet, as I say. We did use it previously, though, in Mono Ice, so... It's a good Mon. I think the earliest you can get it is about level 30-something. 30, low to mid-30s. So, yeah. I'ma go eat. Have some good grub. I'll be here. And Leech Seed's just like free win here. We're recovering back more than we take damage every turn anyway. As long as we land ourselves a Leech Seed, we're fine. He dies anyway, we might as well protect. The only problem with this is it's a slow way to win the fight, doing what we're going to do here. At least the using the Leech Seed to deal damage, so... It does grind things down to a slower pace, which is a little annoying, but what can you do? It's not like it really matters. I don't think anyone cares whether we do it slow or quick, really, depending on if we win or not, so... I don't think anyone's too worried, are you? We got Crunch already as well on Axew, though, which is quite handy. Oh, there was a Raticate in the middle of that I missed as well. Damn. The hated Miss Magius finally coming out. Quite like Miss Magius, actually. I mean, in some of these runs it's annoying. This one, quite frankly, it's, well, how do you describe it? Probably a joke to fight, really, for us here. Shouldn't really give us much trouble. I've said that now. I'll probably curse myself, but I'm not really too worried about it. I don't share Izzy's hatred for Miss Magius, really. Being electric as well actually makes it probably easier, because if it was Ghost, it would be more annoying to fight for us, I think, honestly. Goes for the Confuse Ray. Getting the Leech Seed would be good here. I mean, Appleton isn't really supposed to kill this thing. It's more this thing's just supposed to deal a bit of damage and get its Leech Seed set up. And then we can kind of just stall from there, so... And that's what he's done. Fruit Boy, the legend, gets it in early. Sets up for a good, easy win here. We have Recover, we have Leech Seed, we have Protect. We can't get hit by Charge Beam, really, for any tangible damage. We're going to sub, and we're going to go Headbutt. Why not? Hex is going to hit. How much is going to do? Less than 30. We're nice and safe. Can we snap out? Probably not, no. Headbutt hit would be nice. Nice. Okay. And we get the Leech Seed. Solid. We'll take that. Good turn. We got the benefit of not getting hit by Confusion there as well, which is quite nice. Hopefully we get another one. Oh, we snap out. That would be good as well. Come on, Appleton. Come on. Fruit Boy, you know what to do. We've been here so many times before with your Fruit Boy. You've cleaned up like an absolute animal before. We know how this works. Good lad. Leech Seed goes in one more time. We're at 3 turns of Confusion. It's 2 turns now until Miss Magius goes down to Leech Seed anyway. All Appleton has to do is survive. And... can we kill it this turn? Yes, he can. No hits from Confusion from Appleton. Beautiful stuff from Fruit Boy. The sacrifice of Dratini certainly helped out a lot there and gave us the free switch into Gabite earlier on that we were looking for. Also removing the potential of the Intimidate that would come in. And we have a level up over to 25 right after the fight. So we're already partly getting on the way to doing our next bit, which is going to be against Orthworm, of course, who actually will get toasted by Leech Seeds. So this is something that you kind of have to keep in mind, is with these types of HP stealing percentage moves, when you fight against, like... So I think this is why they didn't let you use them on the Reverooms, right? The Starmobiles. They let you use them on the Titans, though, like Leech Seed and chip damage moves, right? So if I Leech Seed Orthworm, it's going to do way more damage effectively in comparison because it's got a much bigger health bar. So like Orthworm has effectively got the HP bar of maybe like 5 regular Orthworms or something. So when it does 1/16 or 1/8 or whatever it is, we get that amount back, but off the much bigger health bar. So this has happened a few times before, where we've had this situation of setting up, I think it was Leech Seed, on, I want to say it was Great Tusk or something we did it on. But we basically set it up, we got hit for an absolutely huge hit from someone who dealt nearly our full HP's worth of damage. And then we recovered 100% of our HP with the Leech Seed proc because of how much HP the Pokemon had that we were hitting with it. So the life steal obviously is the same effectively no matter what, in that it's percentage based. It just depends on the HP bar and how much you're going to get back. And in the case of the Titans have really big HP bars, so you're getting a lot more HP back. So it works out very well for getting mass amounts of life steal effectively. So that was quite handy, that was. Let's move on, though. There's no point dwelling on it and sitting around. We've done enough of that already. There's an ad break as well. To be honest, I'm not going to stop for the ad break this time. Normally I would, but I don't see the point, honestly. So I'm just going to keep pushing on, to be honest. I don't think there will be any complaints, so... yeah, I'm just going to push on and just go for it. I don't think it matters, to be honest, this time. I don't think anyone's too fussed. It's only going to be me going up to the top of the map and grinding a minute anyway. Yeah, so we probably... Ideally, we want to beat Orthworm, definitely. We might have a crack at Mela. And we want to beat these 2 clowns. Level 30 is where we're aiming for right now. We need to go all the way up there, up north. Let's get going. Actually, have we already got Medali? We do. Nice. We actually probably could go and catch Frigibax, but I'm not going to because he'll be over-leveled anyway, so we're not going to the cave yet. But I'm going to go all the way up top. I think we have the sandwich ingredients, but if not, we'll just go and get the fast travel anyway and then come back. But we need to get running. we've got a lot of stuff to do. I think we can just go up there. Although we'll go up the far one, because I think that's the quicker route to get up top. We're going to get cracking. Thanks for being here today, everybody, though. I appreciate you guys hanging out and lurking. And thanks for... yeah. Thanks for being here and hanging out with me. I appreciate it. Probably should have checked to see if I had the sandwich ingredients or not, but welcome back from the break, everybody. Fuck. That's annoying. That thing will probably kill me. Oh, it's level 40. That's not good. Please don't attack. Missed. Good for that. Come on, Dratini. Well, at least we get a guaranteed runaway now. The thing here is we're going to have to kind of balance who we put in and don't put in for this grinding. Because... oh, fuck's sake. But the problem we'll have is that the level grind here is going to be harder because we need physical attackers. So, like, Gabite is going to be kind of big here. Same with Cyclizar. But we're going to have to make sure that those two don't kind of level up too quickly to the point where they can't have anything else available to kill anything. Because obviously the other issue we'll run into then is we can't knock out any of the chances and we're fucked. We'll have to just do the traditional slow grinding method. And nobody wants that because it's going to take us about 10 years to level up. Even this with dragons is going to be slowish, so we kind of need to get in there and speed it up. I thought there was a... there was a couple of those like Sneasel feathers that were together, and I actually thought there was a shiny one. Because shiny Sneasel is pink, if you didn't know. You'll only really know that if you're like a hardcore Pokemon person, I suppose, but yeah. If you're interested in shiny Sneasels, then there you go. Not that Sneasel's really got that many fans, but still. Thought I'd mention it anyway. Because why not at the end of the day? Dodge the Houndstones as well. I think we will get talked to here. I like the cutscene because we beat Giacomo. Yep. We can dodge this though. We just got to get through this annoyingly long conversation with Clavel. I'm already spamming the button. Kind of love the way though that they the whole time you kind of play along with his situation of being the director, but just in a wig. Where you're kind of like, you the whole time you'll be like, oh, is it? Oh, okay, no, must just be someone similar. You kind of have some of those options where you like won't blow his cover even though you'll say who he is. And you kind of both play along with it. It's kind of fun. Kind of funny. Fuck off, bot. None of you. The name of the bot there. Exactly what we want. None of you, bot. Sandwich time. Gonna put the top piece of bread on as well. Even though I know before someone was telling me that you don't have to do that because I want to. More aesthetically pleasing. Even though it's not really that great in the first place, but... That's actually, funny enough, that was probably the best ham placement we've had for a while on one of those sandwiches when I just did it really quickly, so... Maybe I should just always do that and just speed through the sandwiches. Aaron escaped? Oh no. End of the world. What a shame. Aaron escaped in Pokemon Community Game. I know everybody's devastated. So, there you go. I thought I should break the news to you. Who's a special attacker here? Well, Flapple is, same with Goomy, really. Put Cyclizar out for now, and let's put those two out. There's a good chance here that Gabite isn't going to have the power to fight one of these chances, but we're going to try. If this works, it significantly speeds up what we can do right now. We've got to be careful not to overlevel, though. We're aiming for about 28. That's where we want to be, really. Ideally. $28 is about spot on. Oh, crap. That's a lot of damage. Yeah, that's problematic. Not great. Oh, shit, we're dead. Yeah, that's not good. Well, I mean, Gabite could kill one. He just can't survive. Which is not usually a problem you have to worry about with chances. Let's try Axew. He has Dragon Claw, which is fairly good. It's a stab. It's 70 BP, I think. 80 BP even. Oh, fuck. Why? Why you do this to me, Chansey? Come on, man. Give us a break. Give us a break. Alright, it's one more hit. Axew, the hero. He's about to swing things back in his favor here. The pendulum's swinging for Axew right now. He's not been that useful through most of the run, but now he is about to be pretty decent. Look at that. He's up to 27 in one there. Oh, hang on a minute. Oh, hello. He's about to get overpowered as shit. Dragon Dance. Oh, boy. Okay, we just got an insane move right there. D-Dance? Yes, please. Yeah, Dragon Dance is, like, insane when it comes to Pokemon moves. It's a speed and attack boost. So we increase our speed and attack at the same time. On a Dragon type. Making us unable to... Oh, we got it on something else. What is that on? Oh, we can get it on... We actually... I don't think we want it on Flapple, honestly. That's kind of funny, though. We got a Dragon Dancer. Our first Dragon Dancer. How much XP has Axew got? 1500. Hmm. Alright, we definitely need to do the revive. I said I wanted to get everyone to 28 as well, but I'm kind of concerned they're going to overlevel. Well, if I do that, it's probably best if I just immediately sprint down and do Kofu, then do Orthworm afterwards. Changes the way that I approach this a little. I think we're going to drag Axew out of the team. Or can I get away with... Ooh. No, I'm going to keep Axew in, actually. This might be a mistake, I don't know. But I'm going to keep Axew in. If Axew goes up to level 30, that's okay, providing it isn't right on the limit at level 30. That'll be really the thing. And that's rubbish damage as well. It's not great. Means that the soft boil is going to heal off an absolute ton of damage, which is not very nice. Might actually, although this sounds like a drastic solution here, I actually think it might be a good idea to chuck Sand Tomb on, just so we can get chip damage every turn on top of what we already do. And Sand Tomb is a rubbish move that I would never really consider using normally, but in this case, it actually might be semi-useful for dealing a little bit extra damage, so we can do like 1.5 turns worth of damage, basically. Thankfully, oh no, is Bulldoze considered special? I can't remember. If Bulldoze is a special move, we're in trouble here. No, it's physical, we're fine. Take just over half HP. Yeah, this is going to be a little bit of, like, bit of luck going in favor of Gabite here. What's going to happen? He got the luck. There we go. I wouldn't have cared if it used soft boil. It would have been about whether it used double edge or not, really. So Gabite's going to get a couple of levels now, which will make this a bit easier, because now he'll be able to chunk them. Probably he'll get more HP from the level up to allow him to not get too tapped anymore, which is nice. Well, actually, you only went up to 28 as well. That's good. Gabite wants to learn Bite, so we'll drop Sand Attack on it. That gives him another physical option. Hi, Spartacus. How are you? Welcome in, man. How are we? I hope you're doing well today. Currently doing a little bit of level grinding, as you can see. Don't really know why I pointed that out. I mean, you've been here before when I've done this, so you kind of know what I'm doing already. But yeah, we're avoiding that Blissey like the plague. That thing's going to give us way too much XP. We'll leech seed in this thing, and then we're going to go from there. Woke up from a nap? How long did you get a little nap in for? And was it a good nap? That's the other question. Was it a good one? I'm very much not the napper when it comes to sleeping during the day, really. I mean, I have a terrible sleep schedule, but I just don't really nap. The only time I've actually napped was the first time in a long time, and I don't know if you can really define it as a nap. It was like a week ago when I was, I got my old, like, training bike out, and I did a training bike sprint session. And I obviously went way too hard for my first session doing it in a little while, and I felt awful afterwards. Like, there's nauseous, and then there was, like, the level that I felt after that. And it was one of those situations where I think I actually more passed out than anything else. But, like, I ended up lying down on my bed after I'd finished and, like, cleared everything up. And I felt awful, and I just, like, passed out for, like, 30 minutes or something. Had an odd dream? An odd dream, eh? I've never really been one for remembering dreams. I know people say that, don't they? They say, like, everybody dreams. It's just some people remember them and some people don't. And I think even with that, isn't it? You only remember, I think, what, 30% of dreams or something, they say? For me, though, you know, I've never really been much of one to remember dreams. I daydream sometimes, but in terms of, like, dreaming while I'm sleeping, it's never something I've really ever done. Dreams are always kind of like a bit of a... They're a bit of a weird thing, I think. You got to be careful with dreams, haven't you? Because I feel like your dream is either going to give you the motivation to do stuff, or it's going to disappoint you if you never get it. You know? Like, you're either going to be like, yeah, I want to get this dream so badly, and you're going to do everything you can to get it, or you're just going to be disappointed because it will never happen. It's always, you always got to be careful with, like, certain dreams. Aspiration dreams more so than anything, anyway. Maybe dreams are just the body's cope, you know? Body copium, that's what it is. Attack falling is good here, actually, with Cyclizar on Breaking Swipe. We can't do any damage here, basically. I mean, we are 20 levels under, but Breaking Swipe at least is going to be a 6-shot kill. And they're going to do no damage with double edge. Fucking hell. Breaking Swipe's our best move as well. We're gonna have to pray for crits here, I think. Is it a hunting lodge? Dreamed it before, but this was like part 2. Interesting. Don't know if I've ever had like a dream that I've kind of come back to. I can remember. I'm sure probably everybody has. As I say, I'm sure it's something like you only remember 30% of the people who do remember dreams anyway. 30% of the dreams you have. So it wouldn't surprise me if everybody's had some sort of like 2-parter like that. You hit the sequel today though. They'd finally made the sequel. That must be kind of weird though, kind of revisiting an old dream, maybe? One more turn. One more turn. And then we're done. Come on, Cyclizar. Well, Cyclizar is probably going to have to fight another one, actually, because he's a bit behind, but everyone else will be okay. I actually think we'll have to come back here afterwards anyway. Because after we've been to Cascarafa, and everyone levels up... Oh, that's U-turn on... Oh, that's on us, isn't it? Ooh. Yes, let's get rid of Rapid Spin. U-turn. We actually have a... Oh, we have a switcher. That's on... Yeah, I think Flapple, we're actually not going to put any dragon moves on. Apple Acid. I mean, it would be good to have a grass attacking move for the water types, wouldn't it? But it comes at the cost of something else. We'd have to drop Headbutt. I think we'll take the risk. Why not? I didn't see the level that... Appleton's at 29. We'll have to keep a bit of an eye on him then. He's definitely coming out of the team. Well, these two are definitely coming out of the team. These other two can probably do one more fight against a Chansey. But the others are coming out. Yeah, let's go for that guy. Went to my cabin, but this time it was like a college dorm. Handful of people had a room there. An interesting turn of events. That's the funny thing about like dreams like that though, isn't it? Is like usually they have the most weird mismatched things, don't they? You know, like this, there's usually something in dreams like that that's really like out of place and it's a bit strange. Like you'll have all kind of one theme. It's almost like you just it's kind of like when you hear those like AI created things, don't they? Where it's like the AI will kind of like create the thing almost exactly what you want, but there'll be something that'll be completely wrong for no reason. It's kind of like that, isn't it? When like you have a dream like that. You know, whereas you say it'll be like all in the, I don't know, set in a certain sort of time period or something. And then you'll just have something very modern in like, or very old that completely doesn't fit the time period of what you're thinking about or anything. It'd be really random. Yeah, it's always interesting, though, thinking about that stuff. The psychology of dreams, or psychology the right word? I guess just the study of dreams would be quite an interesting thing, I'd imagine. Kind of wonder with things like that, whether there's anything more to them. To dreams, you know? If there's a reason why people dream what they do, or anything like that. If there's any more kind of specific stuff to it, or if it is literally just random stuff. Be kind of interesting to know about, wouldn't it? Be an interesting topic to learn about, I feel like. Learn about dreams and stuff like that. I mean, learning in general is kind of interesting. I suppose it depends on the topic, but for the most part, learning's fairly interesting. Oh, I shouldn't have done that yet. I should have waited until I pulled everyone else out of the party again. Yeah, here what I need to do is just pull everyone out I'm going to use against Kofu. Cyclizar is going to be there because U-turn is just too powerful not to have. Goomy does have Absorb, admittedly. I think Appleton obviously goes. I don't think Gabite does, actually. I think Bagon does. Dratini does, and I guess Axew. So, well, yeah, actually, maybe we do bring Flapple instead of Goomy. Yeah, I think we do that just because Flapple's good here. And I think we probably just run Fruit Boy up front on this one. Chuck Wise Glasses on him. Why not? This is probably just how we do this one. Leech Seed, Apple Acid. We go crazy. And then once we've done this, we'll be... Pretty much we've gone from what I was saying earlier about how we were so far behind. You weren't here for this bit, Sparkus, but we were really far behind today, basically, on our slow grinding. That one situation of me doing that grinding there has just shaved, like, 30 to 40 minutes off of the amount of time that we would have spent doing that. Now we're at 3 hours 30. We have an hour and a half, and we have 4 fights to win. We have to beat Kofu. We have to beat Orthworm. We have to beat Larry. There is a rival fight immediately after Larry against Nimona again. And then we have the fight against Mela that we might do as well. Kind of depends if we have time. But I'm starting to think now, with how much we've sped up and shaved off, I reckon that we actually might be able to do it. That's the stretch goal of the day. Regular goal today is to beat Larry like normal. Stretch goal is to sneak Mela in as well. If not, she'll just randomly be there as a really, like, low level when we fight her. She'll be level 30-ish. And we'll be fighting her at, like, level 35. But realistically, we have nothing to fear with her either, because Dragon resists fire, so... Not like we're too scared of her. And what she got? Torkoal and Reveroom. Not really that scared of either of them. I mean, Torkoal's annoying because it puts the sun up, but... How scary is sun teams, really, you know? Normally I'd have the big jump when I went to do this, so... I think it actually means when I get to Cascarafa, we might not actually be able to get everything. Not Cascarafa. Port Marinada. We might not be able to get all the items. That's okay, though. Pretty much, though, Kofu... Getting a Kofu fight in now will be good. This is kind of like the... Kofu Larry are like the chunk of today. This one more so than Larry, because we have setup to do here. Larry is basically just, we walk up to his gym, challenge him to a fight, and hit him in the face. And then he loses. That's Larry. Hello, camera angle. There we go. Larry's... I mean, he's cool, but, like... Larry's just gonna get kind of... He's gonna get his ass beaten. Everybody loves Larry. We like Larry. I like Larry. He's a cool guy. What is happening to the camera? Just a small indie dev team, remember? Just a small indie dev team in a multi-billion-dollar company that makes that happen in a game. 2 years almost after launch, and that still happens. Weird camera effects. This is Muscle Band. God, look at the lag. The sandstorm's going off. Why, if you have a town this big, why put it next to an area where sandstorms happen frequently if you know it's going to lag everything out? A bit of, like, pre-planning would have been really useful there from Pokemon Company, wouldn't it? Played a new game the other day. What new game did you play? I'm sure I wouldn't have heard of it. I haven't heard of, like, any new game that anyone plays these days. Everyone always mentions loads of games and things, and I'm just like, I have no idea what this is. Asgard's Wrath. Well, in something that doesn't surprise anybody, I haven't heard of it before. What is Asgard's Wrath about? I mean, it's obviously about, what's the word? Viking gods and legends, Norse mythology, presumably. If it's not, then it's got a very misleading title. It is Norse, isn't it? I'm a little all over the place today, so my brain's sort of just going burr. Asgard's Wrath. It's a good name, Asgard's Wrath, though. Sounds good for a game, doesn't it? What are you playing? Asgard's Wrath. Sounds pretty cool. Sounds kind of hardcore. There as well. Probably have a hydrate as well. An unofficial, it's a cheating hydrate because no one's redeemed one, but... And I've just knocked my bottle over. Nice. I'm very wet now. Oh boy. But of course it tipped towards me as well. Somehow I didn't manage to get any on my jeans. But my shirt though, quite wet. So that's a bit of an annoyance, but you know, could have been worse, I suppose. Oh well. Only water. It's a bit cold though with the old fan blowing on it, but what can you do? Tell me about Asgard's Wrath and Spartacus. What's the game about? What are we doing in Asgard's Wrath? Oh, actually, saying about that, mentioning about games and things. That reminds me, yesterday, I don't know if anyone actually still plays it. I know 2 still does, because I see him still logging in the guild. Been Watcher of Realms, the game that we played for sponsor at the end of last month. The guild. We actually beat the normal guild boss yesterday, so we now have the hard mode unlocked, which is cool. Yeah. So we've now beaten the first 2 whole guild bosses, which is really cool. So yeah, we're moving up in the world. We had a random guy join who was... It's a really weird coincidence, because he's called, like, Gaijin Free-to-Play. The weird thing with that is Gaijin is the company who makes War Thunder. So that's a bit of a weird coincidence, really, isn't it? You've got a guy who's named after the company that makes War Thunder, who joined the guild in that game, who we don't know as he's just a rando, presumably. But who's joined the guild in that game as a rando, with a name referencing War Thunder not long after we started playing War Thunder again. How weird is that? Weird coincidence, you know? Maybe the Illuminati's finally found us. It's just socially again, you know? VR game, you play a god/mortal, helping the mortal get revenge. Interesting. What type of, like, genre is it in? I mean, technically VR games kind of are their own genre, but, like, what type of game is it? In the sense of, like, what type of things do you have to do? VR actually is an interesting topic in itself. I've never tried VR before. Never had a VR headset, never tried a VR headset or anything like that, or a VR experience anyway. I'd be kind of interested in giving it a go, but I mean the tech and stuff for the amount I would probably use it would be way too expensive for me to consider purchasing, but yeah, it is one of those things that I'm kind of like, that'd be kind of cool maybe one day to do a thing like that. We will be coming back here as well. I didn't run into that meow, but we will be coming back here roughly to this spot later on. Or next stream, because there is Noivern we need to catch under there, or Noibat. We need to come and catch under that big cavern over there. You can also get Gible there. But why would we do that when we could have got Gible way earlier, which we already did? There's another ad break up here as well. Again, I'm actually not going to stop for the ad break, because we're only running about, and we're kind of running out of time. So I'm not going to, you know, sit here and waste a bunch of time. So we're just going to kind of get on with it. There's no point hanging around, you know. If we hang around, we can't change the outcome of today's clock ticking down and running out of time. However, if we do, it's a bit of extra time that we can spend very quickly checking out Port Marinada. Oh god, that water spillage was actually worse than I thought. Half of my shirt is wet now. God. That's not nice. Oh well. Pretty much my water bottle didn't fall off the desk. It just fell forwards, like leaning forwards away from the desk. And it's one that doesn't have like a mouth. It doesn't have like a normal mouthpiece on it, like a spout or anything that you like suck and then the water comes out. It's just got like an opening at the end. So when it fell over, all the water just came gushing out. So yeah, I'm a little bit damp now. Oh well. That's never... Do you know what, actually, now I think about it, I think that might be the first time that's ever happened on stream. I don't think I've ever knocked my drink over before. Good job it didn't go on the keyboard or anything though, isn't it? I'm just clumsy, I guess. I'm always tripping over stuff though. Not like actually falling over, because I'm quite good at recovering it and landing on my feet, but... like, I'm fairly sure-footed when it comes to that, but... the amount of times that I'll, like, knock my leg on something or, like, half trip on something and then catch myself is ridiculous. Welcome back from the break, everybody. We played on through the break just because we were only running down to the town anyway. So, yeah, it was no problem. Action adventure, mainly fighting with sword and shield, eh? Sounds pretty interesting. So, wow, I was going to say... I was going to say something really stupid then. I was going to say, well... do you actually play that in VR then? But, I mean, if it's a VR game, presumably there's a there's no non-VR version. So, you must have a VR headset then, Sparkus. How is that? How do you enjoy VR? Do you like it? I've always been intrigued by the concept. It's just, as I say, it's one of those things where I'm a bit like... I mean, when it comes to buying tech for games... I don't really spend, well, I don't really spend much on tech these days. I mean, part of me for a while was like, yeah, I'll buy the new Xbox and maybe I'll get a PlayStation 5 at some point. And then, you know, when they released, because before that I was like, yeah, I'll get one of those. And then when they released, I've kind of, you know, I obviously moved a lot to PC now, but I just don't really have that much interest in getting anything like that anymore. If anything, I spend money on PC upgrades now, but I wouldn't buy a console or anything probably again. Yeah, probably, anyway. Other than maybe a Nintendo one. But then some of that just comes down to, anyway, like... You know, I talk about it all the time where I don't really have money to spend on games. When it comes to... I was talking to Bevan about this the other day. When it comes to, like, money that I spend these days... Pretty much all the money I spend, with the exception of a few things, is just, like, essential life stuff. Food... Like, anything I need to pay for bill-wise or anything like that gets paid. And then by the time I've dealt with all that, I don't have any money left for myself, so I never worry about that anyway. With the few exceptions of, like, we did the, you know, we did, like, the sponsor stuff recently, so I bought some, so I'm gonna, or haven't yet, but I'm gonna get the Pokemon stuff for that when we do that stream. So, like, yeah, things like VR and that, I've never really even thought about getting, just because it's one of those things that I went, well, I never have money for that, so I won't worry about it. I've always thought it was cool. Just never something I've, you know, committed to getting. We don't need to get any more items here. We've already got Assault Vest. We'll be alright. Just crack on. God mode, you can get animals, turn them into allies to fight with you. That's kind of fun. That gives me funny flashbacks to something. This was years ago. If anyone genuinely remembers this, right? When I say that, specifically, if you actually remember this, not just like I've heard tales of it, and I'd be surprised if there's anyone here that remembers this, because this was in like a weird period of stream. I don't know when it was. I would say this was maybe early 2022. I don't really know. Could have even been 2021. I played Skyrim on stream, right? Whenever that was, 2021, 2022. And one of the things we did, one of our favorite things to do, that we spent like an hour doing at one point in one stream, was not far outside of Whiterun. There is a giant camp. I cannot remember which one it is, what the name of it is, but it's not far away from Whiterun. It's really close to the start of the game, right? And there's the first giant camp that you find, and usually what ends up happening is, as an unsuspecting new player, you go, oh, what's this? And you try and steal from the giants, and then they one-shot you, and you fly 100 feet in the air. Right, that's normally what happens, isn't it, with the giants in Skyrim? But at the time we were running around, so I played Skyrim before, I obviously knew what I was doing, and we were kind of like, let's go and see if we can meme with the giants. And as we did that, we got attacked by a dragon, and I was like... well, I can't really kill the dragon because I got the giants here, and I wasn't really very well equipped. And I was like, you know what? What if I can get the giants and the dragons to fight each other so that I don't have to kill them? Yeah, big brain. Big brain strat right there. So I basically spent like 10 minutes setting it up to get the dragon to attack one of the mammoths to piss off the giants. And it worked. They started fighting each other. And if I remember rightly, I think the dragon died because the giants did a ton of damage. But I think the mammoths killed the dragon. But the only problem was afterwards, because I was nearby, the giants got really pissed at me. So after they'd done it, I was hidden on like a rock or a table or something, and they couldn't hit me. So I ended up sniping at them for ages, and it was great. And I think I remember this happening anyway. I might be wrong. It might have been something else. What I seem to remember happening is we thought we'd killed everything because they kept running away because we were like, you know, we were obviously on a rock. Usually the AI, if you do that, if you try and cheese it, will be like, oh, fuck you then. It'll run off down to the other side of the map. You know, because the idea being that you're not supposed to really sit up there and snipe it, so the AI will try and run into cover. And we did that, I think. And I'd spent like 20 minutes or something killing the giants and the mammoths after the dragon was dealt with. And I was like, right, I'll go loot the corpse now. And I hopped down and I start running. And then I died. And I was like, why is the, you know, it was like, why is the combat music still going and why am I dead? And then in the kill cam, you see that I'm pretty sure there was a mammoth that had run away that was still alive. And the mammoth ran up behind me and hit me in the back after all the damage I'd taken from the giants. So I'd spent like 20 minutes, 30 minutes setting up the dragon to fight the giants. And then eventually killing all of the mammoths and that afterwards. Only to find out that I'd potentially missed one and they killed me anyway. Which then reset the save and we tried to do it again. Although I think we were successful this time. But yeah, we ended up doing that at one point because I was like, fuck, I don't want to fight the dragon. I don't want to waste my arrows on it. Oculus Quest 2 though. Ew. But yeah, I know Skyrim's in VR. Can you imagine how trippy that would be? Trying to get the giants and the, getting the giants and that to fight each other in VR. That would be a laugh, wouldn't it? Giants versus dragons, but in VR. You played Skyrim VR. How different is Skyrim in VR in comparison to normal Skyrim? I'd imagine it's quite a different experience, obviously, because I mean, it's not just the camera, is it? But everything's kind of different. How different is it, really? Is it quite sort of strange playing it in that way? I mean, it's still Skyrim, but like it's not quite the same, you know? Also, before we go any further, there's actually two things I would like to do here very quickly. The first one is waste all of these on Bagon. That didn't work. Shit. Alright, well, we're going to do 2 of these here. Because we're about to get one of Oreo's favourite Pokemon, actually. And a significant power increase. So welcome to the team, Dragonair. Let's go. I do like Dragonair. It's a cool mon. There was a really cool Dragonair card in Pokemon 151, the special set, but we never pulled it. I'm very sad. We got about 500 Poliwhirls, but Dragonair, never got that one. But there you go. We have Dragonair now. And not only that, as if it wasn't good enough that we got one evolution already, how about a second one? How about Shelgon as well? Now, admittedly, Shelgon's not quite as exciting as Dragonair, but Shelgon's kind of trash. It kind of sucks. That now boosts that to level 50 for Bagon to go, or for Shelgon, and Dratini is, I think, 50 as well, isn't it? There you go. We just got 2 Pokemon evolved. So now we have Shelgon and we have Dragonair right for this fight, ready to go. We get Protect on Bagon. Do we want it? No, we don't, actually. Screw it. We don't need it. But looking at that stuff, though, it gives us a bit of a power increase. We now have 2 slightly tankier Pokemon that have a bit more power, so quite useful there. Any moves? No. No. That's the only problem is move sets are kind of still garbage on them, but Yeah. Alright, let's go fight Kofu. But I'm very happy, though, now that we have these two. Not only that, after this, we need to go find Frigibax before we fight Larry, because we can get Arctobax. Does Axew evolve before next gym? No, he's just after. So that'll be the only other evolution we'll get is Arctobax. Axew's 38, Gible's 48 to Garchomp, Goomy is 40. In theory, we could get Altaria, but I don't know if we'll bother, to be honest. I know I can't remember who it was, but someone the other day was asking if I was going to get Altaria. I've got to be honest, right? And I know it may be because whoever it was really liked Altaria. I'm probably not going to bother getting it, purely from the reasoning of I already have at least 3 dragon flying types that are better. Noivern. I mean, the only good thing about that would be that I could have a fairy move on it, but like in Moonblast. But you know, do you really need that anyway? Not really. Quite different, but it was cool having to swing sword to attack and raise shield to block. Yeah, that's a fair point, actually. I'd imagine that's probably the most interesting part of VR games, is actually having to manually do things rather than just press a button. I know for a while people thought VR was going to be the real future of games, and I wonder if it still will, just maybe in a different way than it is now. I think current version VR, I don't think is going to be the future of games. I mean, I think that the landscape of games in general, video games, I think is going to change a lot in the next few years. Just because I think tech and stuff will change, but also the way that everything's going. There's a lot more of an emphasis on digital content and subscriptions rather than actual physically buying things these days. So I think a lot more games may well go down the route of subscription service type systems. And I think that there could be a big like revolution when it comes to games of people doing that. The only thing that might change that, and I could be very wrong here, will be people complaining about it. Because let's be honest, none of us like subscriptions or memberships. Because when it comes to things like that, I just like to be able to buy a game and play it. I don't like to have to buy a game and then also pay a $10 fee every month to play the game that I already paid however much money for. Now, there's some that you can get away with, right? Like MMOs and stuff, right? They're almost always going to have a sub fee. That's fine. As long as it's reasonable and doesn't break the game by having a subs fee. You know? Doesn't give you, like, ridiculous boosts by doing it. Because I know, like, one thing is... I've been playing ESO again recently. Me and Oreo have been playing some ESO. And it's been really fun, but the only thing about ESO that's really annoying is... If you get, what is it, ESO Plus, which is their special, like, premium service, which I think is, for me, is £8 a month. Although there was a really weird, interesting thing where it was £8 a month for me, but I think it was $15 a month. Which is a crazy difference, actually. I was very surprised by that. So yeah, there was a big, like, currency exchange difference on that one, which is very unusual. Because usually it's not far off, but... Yeah, with that one, you got an item, I think, called the crafting bag. Where basically all crafting resources could be put into, like, a separate inventory, and you could clear them out of your regular inventory. Instead of having them sat there, like, you know, sitting there taking up space in your inventory. You could actually carry weapons and armor and stuff, rather than having this just boatload of iron ore and crap lying around. That would have been really nice to have that. It's one of those features that's like, yeah, I can understand why they lock it behind the premium feature, but like, evil Bethesda for doing that, or ZeniMax, or whoever it is who made that decision. I should have used Recover, I think, actually. But... yeah. This hasn't really gone quite as planned with Appleton so far, admittedly. Mainly just because he's kind of just been beaten up a bit more than I thought he would. Yeah. I mean, Veluza having Pluck kind of fucked us over a bit there, but if you haven't tried it, they might have a full-body VR place somewhere near you. Maybe. You never know. This is England, though, to be fair. When it comes to tech stuff in England, it's usually about 20 years behind the rest of the world. So, I'd be... I wouldn't say I'd be surprised if they had anything like that, but I would be surprised if there's anything near me. Maybe in, like, bigger, more built-up areas I could see it, but... I don't live out in the sticks by any means, but... you know, I don't really live, like, in a big city or anything like that, you know? So I feel like maybe they might have some, but probably a little further away. You might be right, though. Might be worth having a look at. I'd say I've always been kind of just interested in trying it more than anything else. Like, I've never been too sold on the idea of VR, but I think that's because I'd never experienced it before. I would like to try it, just to see what it's like, because it looks cool. Unlike what's very uncool right now, which is fucking Wug Trio constantly flinching us. Please. Thank you. Ooh. Okay, that was pretty nice. Gooey's a bit annoying there, though. What's his third mon? Oh, it's just Crabominable, isn't it? Yeah. No, I remember I ranted about this last time. It's really dumb. How does it make this make sense when it comes to Pokemon, right? Anyone. You don't even have to be a Pokemon person to understand why this sounds stupid. The third gym leader you fight, right, is Iono. The one we did a minute ago. Yeah? The electric streamer chick. She has 4 Pokemon. Yeah? They're all decent. 4 Pokemon. Then you fight Kofu here, who's gym number 5. Gym number 4, even. Ignore me. I'm getting the order mixed up. Gym number 4, Kofu, yeah? He's the one after her. He's higher level. He's level 30. She was level 24. So why is it that Kofu, who is the next gym leader in the chain, only has 3 Pokemon versus Iono had 4? You know, whereas she's got a bigger roster in a weaker gym. How does that make sense? How does that make sense? Having the other one with less Pokemon in it. Compared to Iono. Friends and I went to a place called Sandbox VR, where you're all in a room and play a game. Oh, that sounds interesting, though. I bet that'd be carnage as well, though, wouldn't it? Everyone just be, like, walking into each other and stuff. It sounds pretty fun, though. Now, stuff like that's always fun, though. Those type of, like, experience things. It's like escape rooms. Escape rooms are kind of interesting, aren't they? Everybody loves an escape room. Well, unless you got claustrophobia or something, probably. You wouldn't like an escape room so much then, but... You can see each other with a headset on. I suppose you could see each other in game, couldn't you? To a degree. You'd have to have some spatial awareness still, though, even then, wouldn't you? It'd have to be, like, super well calibrated, I suppose, to figure out where everyone was in comparison to you. We're getting helped out quite a lot here by the speed tie. Dragonair with another Dragon Tail, doing a bit of damage. I do think Dragonair dies here, actually, in this one at some point. Yeah, Crabominable gets through the power and hits Slat. Ooh, friendship. Okay. Come on, Dragonair. One more detail. Not bad. Let's go for a Twister. Oh, yeah, I forget. Dragon Tail always goes last, doesn't it? Oh, we finally succumb to our wounds. Dragonair goes down, but that's a good debut performance from Dragonair. Not bad. So I suppose we'll finish it off with our other debut performer today. Shelgon. First time coming out in this fight. The Ball. Shelgon's going to put Crabominable away here. It should be easy enough. The only thing I was worried about with this thing is Crabominable's an ice type, so I didn't know if he would have any ice moves, but I guess he doesn't. He just says Slam, Brick Break, and Water Pulse, or whatever it is, or Crab Hammer. It's kind of funny. You'd have thought that he would have had an ice move, considering he's an ice type, but, you know, that's Pokemon's logic for you, isn't it? He doesn't really have much coverage. Full body tracking, so you can see hands and feet in game. The full body tracking ones are always more interesting, aren't they, I find, when it comes to the VR stuff, because you actually have to walk around as well. More so than other games. Because sometimes with, like, the half-body ones, it's just, like, you look in a direction and then click, don't you, and you're, like, move forwards. It's like going on Google Maps Street View. Innit? It's like... Isn't it, like, well, I guess you could probably do that in full body as well. But, like, those ones where it's like that versus actually wandering around and doing stuff, I'd imagine in full body with legs is kind of the difference there. That's really weird, though, just thinking about that, isn't it? Having something that picked up movement from your arms and legs and all your extremities. Really odd to think about, isn't it? Just as a concept. Yukimuku in chat as well. I don't think that's in the game, in this game, so I don't think we ever used one, but there you go, you can get a Pukimuku if you want one. I'm not sure anyone actually does, because quite frankly, I don't think I've ever heard anyone talking about Pukimuku before. It's like one of those Pokemon that's just non-existent and everyone forgets even exists, but I think it came out in Gen... Ooh. Now, was it? I always get it confused with Pincurchin. Is it Gen 7, Sword and... Gen 8, Sword and Shield, or Gen 7, Sun and Moon? It's one of the two. I want to say it's Sun and Moon, but Pincurchin came out as well about the same time, and I can't remember which way round they are. Because I think one of the... I want to say Pincurchin maybe came out in Sword and Shield. Can't remember, though. Nah, Pincurchin would make more sense to be in the other one. Neither of them make sense to... maybe they both came out in Sun and Moon. I don't fucking know. I don't know. My Pokemon knowledge is failing me. Oh well. Alright, this is the only other place we got to go today, really, on the gym leaders is Larry. We also have Mela. And we have Orthworm that we need to beat. So we're going to go straight across to Orthworm because, well, we're over-leveled for this fight now. And with Shelgon. You know, I mean, it's just going to be a bit of a joke with Shelgon, really. We're probably going to do more of a traditional leveling now rather than the Blissey leveling, I think, because we don't need to do the power leveling anymore. Well, maybe not yet, anyway. We might want to do it a little later. If we start running out of time again, we might want to speed up, you know. But we need to speed up again. We can jump in the Blissey's fight. We don't. We got a good tempo. We can just chill where we are and vibe. Look at that. That looks really bad, the texturing on that road over there, doesn't it? What has happened there? Let's put some... Well, actually, this is fine as a team here. Oh, we need to get Frigibags, don't we, as well? Shit. Alright, let's beat Orthworm. Maybe we will still want to do speed power grind. We'll just have to get Orthworm first. We want to get your boy up front, though. Let's get Shelgon up front. Play the zombie game and a robot one. I feel like survival games would be quite interesting in VR. Oh, I'll tell you what, it'd be trippy as hell. You imagine playing like Grounded in VR. Ooh. Tell you what, I don't think there is a version of Grounded in VR, but can you imagine if you were like playing Grounded and you didn't like spiders or something and you ran into one of those absolute whopper like spiders in that game, wolf spider walk around the corner in VR. Oh, that would be interesting. I think of a few people who would hate that. I think that'd be kind of cool, but yeah, I can understand why people wouldn't like that though. Probably get a few complaints about that. Grounded VR, though. Sounds kind of fun. But you see, I feel like games like that would be kind of an interesting experience in VR, maybe, though, wouldn't it? Where it's very much like a more... I don't know. I don't know how to describe it. But you know what I mean? It just kind of feels like it fits that type of game quite well. With the way that they are and the way that they play in things. Would be trippy. I think it would be trippy, yeah. Really odd. Just walking around seeing, like, man-sized spiders. Ooh. If you aren't a fan of spiders, you would not like that at all. Me, though, I don't mind. Actually, see, I feel like this is one of those things that everyone's gonna be like, why did you say that? The other day, I got into my bed, and I felt like a light tickling feeling on my arm, and while I had all the lights off and stuff, and I was like, what's that? It's a bit weird. I thought, oh, it's just like, you know, one of the hairs on my arm or something brushing up against the covers or something. It's just like going weird. I didn't think anything of it until like a minute or two later where I could feel it again, but then it felt like it moved up my arm, and I was like, oh no. But there's something in my bed, isn't there? I was like, there's a spider or something. Now, I'm not someone who doesn't like spiders, so I don't mind. And I was like, okay, what's this? And I pull the cover back and look down there, and there's like a... somewhere between a 1 and 2 inch spider walking down my arm, and I'm just like, oh shit, hi little guy. And then I put him outside on a windowsill. But I was like, man, that freaks so many people out there. They'd be like shitting themselves if they saw a spider walking down their arm like that. And I was like, hey little dude. I mean, it was, considering it was probably just like a random house spider or something. It was just a big one, so he wasn't going to bite me or anything, I'm sure. I mean, the thing is as well, it's like he wouldn't bite me anyway, probably, unless I pissed him off. I wasn't going to do anything like that anyway. I was just going to let him walk around and then, you know, scoop him off my arm and out the window. So I got rid of him, but yeah, I thought that'd be kind of trippy. That was my grounded moment the other day. My grounded skills helping me out there. Should have used the mint mace made out of iceberg mints and Tic Tacs, beating them to death. That's what I should have done. Got a D&D kind of game called Demio. Someone was talking about D&D earlier, actually. I've never played D&D or anything like that. I've never seen anyone play D&D really before either. I've heard a lot of things. I feel like everyone on Twitch talks about D&D. Everybody's part of a D&D group. VTubers are all into D&D, I've seen. But I've never seen anyone actually play it or anything, so I don't really know a huge amount about it. But it's kind of like Baldur's Gate is kind of like that, isn't it? It's like a D&D type game, I guess. That's probably why it's so popular. I think that's the type of game that it is, isn't it? I only played like twice. I feel like, I don't know. It's one of those ones where it's like, I feel like it sounds enjoyable. Like I would go, yeah, that was pretty decent. But I don't know if I would or not, you know? Because you never know unless you do it. Maybe one day. Only played twice though. Here you go. Hi Shags, how are you, dude? Welcome in, man. What have you been up to today? You been on the studying again, or have you had a day doing other stuff? You've been doing errands perhaps today. I want to say Thursday might be the day when you do some errands, actually. Or cooking. Errands, cooking, or studying. I've got a 1 in 3 of being right there. I reckon. Guarantee. Shags was doing one of those things. He was cooking up a scrumptious meal. He was studying, or he was out running errands, and he's on the bus. After he debunked that old school rumor about, you know, the wheels on the bus... They weren't going round and round. It was a fucking lie, and we found that out. We've found out the conspiracy now. The wheels on the bus were, in fact, not going round and round. You know, I was devastated to hear it, really. Kind of like Baldur's Gate. Baldur's Gate was really popular, wasn't it? A lot of people love Baldur's Gate. I mean, I think because I'm not, like, a huge D&D person, or because I've never played it or anything, I never really sort of saw the appeal that everybody else did. I didn't think it was a bad game. The only thing I didn't like about Baldur's Gate was it's one of those ones where it was like... It's kind of like, Aim for the Yoda there. But it's like, you get it sometimes, don't you, where a game is like, does too well in the awards, and you're kind of like, I just wish something else would win. Sick of seeing fucking Baldur's Gate win everything. And it was like, every game awards you saw during the year was like, oh, the best whatever goes to Baldur's Gate 3. And it was nominated for literally every fucking category. You were just like, can something else win other than Baldur's Gate 3? That'd be great. Nothing against Baldur's Gate 3, but like, it would just be kind of cool if something else won instead. Errands and studying before cooking. Or before cooking next. What are you cooking, Shags? What are we cooking? We're dead. Oh no. Shelgon! He has gone as well. He's gone into the abyss. We actually have a BRB here as well, so... I guess I'll actually switch screens for this one, because... Why not? So we'll chill on here for a second while we wait for the break to go through. And, yeah. This is Kirby music, isn't it, I think? I want to say it's Kirby music. Is there anything I need to update on my Pokemon sheet while I'm waiting? Don't think so. We just need to put Frigibacks on there in a minute. I'll probably bring in... Who do I bring in here? Axew, that's who I'll bring in, I think. Let me scroll up in the chat. The C-hat, real quick. I love how I got all 3 of them, though, Shags. I know you too well, mate. You're becoming predictable in your young age. The master Shags over here. I figured you out, mate. Figured out your every move. Simple stuff. Just some mash to go with. Ooh, meatballs, eh? I haven't had a meatball for a long time. I love a meatball. There's something nice about having a meatball, you know? There's something good about it. Mash with meatballs, eh? Sounds pretty good. Almost like bangers and mash, as we would say over here. Sausage and mash, of course, is bangers and mash, if anyone doesn't know. Sausage mash and usually some sort of gravy. Traditionally onion gravy, but sometimes it's a different kind. Yeah, bangers and mash is always an interesting one. I haven't had bangers and mash for years either. Meatball sausage is all quite nice every once in a while. One of those types of minced up meat products are always quite nice. Dookie the Dragon. Welcome into stream. I always feel strange when I read a name like that. That's kind of like the ooh voice type version. Dragon. It always sounds weird when I say it. I think my accent and my voice just doesn't quite fit with saying things like that. Say that again, please. What, Suki the Dragon? It's... When it comes to name... Welcome into stream as well, by the way. Yeah, hi. Welcome. When it comes to saying names, I will say... And there's nothing against anyone here. I don't think there will ever be a name. It would be hard to beat. Shags already knows what I'm going to say. There's one name which I said in the Welsh accent before. Bubbly Bee. You knew it was. He already knew it was Bubbly Bee. Nothing will ever beat Bubbly Bee. There was something about it. Bubbly Bee, who came in during Marbles once, and we never saw them again after that. It was almost like they were a legend and they didn't exist. But there was just something about it when I was doing the Welsh voice and saying Bubbly Bee. It was just... It was just the most perfect name ever. Bubbly Bee, wasn't it? It was Bubbly Bee. Great name, that, Bubbly Bee. And now I talk like normal again. What's your favorite dragon type Pokemon? My favorite is actually Altaria. You just got me there as well, because that's the question that I ask people when they come into stream when I'm doing monotypes. I always ask people what their favorite dragon type is. It's very unusual for someone to see me doing the monotype and like Una reverse me like that. I like it. But yeah, welcome in. What's my favorite dragon type? Well, Now, if we're talking about to use as like a competitive Pokemon versus my kind of just like cult favorite, I feel like there's two different ones. To use a competitive Pokemon, I quite like Garchomp. That's a bit of a basic choice. I like Garchomp, though. I was a Gen 4 kid. I like Garchomp. I think Garchomp's cool. Now, the oddball choice. Applin. Gotta be Applin. Applin has got to be like just the fan favorite choice. I even have a Pokemon TCG illustration rare Applin card sat on my desk. Gotta be Applin, isn't it? Fruit Boy, as we call him. Applin. Altaria. That's kind of funny, actually. I was talking about Altaria earlier. I was saying, actually, that for Mono Dragon here, the chance of us actually having an Altaria during the run is quite low. Just because we already have what will be the equivalent of 3 flying dragons in Salamence, Noivern, and Dragonite. So there probably wouldn't have been any point catching one, because I don't think I would have fitted it into the team, probably, with those options available. So I actually probably wasn't... I was going to choose not to use Altaria for our Mono Dragon run, actually, I think. Streamer just got no U'd? I actually did. I just got Uno reversed like that. That's kind of crazy. Hydrapple is also one of my favorite mons, even if it's not my absolute favorite dragon type. I don't think I've had a chance to... I don't think I even have a Hydrapple. In the DLCs, admittedly, I haven't played a huge amount of yet. I mean, they've been out for ages now. I say that like they're brand new, and I'm like, oh yeah, I haven't had a chance. I haven't played them that much, really. But I think that more so just comes down to the fact that I stream Pokemon so much that, like, I don't really have much want to play it off stream these days. But yeah, Hydrapple I don't actually have. I think I might have a Applin, but I don't remember. DLC only? Yeah, I think it's the second one. There's 2 other Applin forms they added, or evolutions, in the DLCs. They added one called Applin, which is like a caramel or a toffee apple, as we would call it. I know Americans call it, well, they don't call it caramel either, they call it a caramel apple, don't they? Like, they basically remove the second A, so it's not caramel, it's caramel. That's kind of how they pronounce it, isn't it? And then you have the Hydrapple afterwards. But I think Hydrapple came in the second one, and Applin came in DLC 1. So they added, like, the extra kind of stuff in there. Makes me a little sad that they didn't give anything to Flapple and Appleton. But at the same time, Appleton is cool enough as he is. I mean, look at him. He's got a little... Look at him. I mean, tell me this isn't the coolest little guy you've ever seen. He's got a helmet on that's made of an apple. He's just amazing. He doesn't need any buff. He doesn't need any buffs or changes or evolutions. Guy's like absolute unit territory right there. Do I want to take Melon now? Potentially, yes. I think I might, actually. Hydrapple. How does Hydrapple evolve? I don't know, actually. The A is silent, I guess. Presumably so. I think it's just one of those things like aluminium, where the pronunciation is just different between America and the rest of the world. Because, of course, we pronounce it aluminium, and they pronounce it aluminum. And then try and tell everybody that there's no second A in it, when they changed the letter to make it fit what they say. Unbelievable, that, isn't it? Unbelievable. Just making it up. It's aluminium all day. Admit it, finally. Our pie buddy? Yeah, our little apple pie guy. Apple pie guy, that's a great name for him, isn't it? Our apple guy. I think we can go here, actually, can't we? Let's fight Mela. Let's go do it. Let's go, no guts, no glory. Let's go fight Mela, and then let's go speedrun level grind to level 36, and then go, boot Larry into next Monotype run. Not that there is one after this, of course, because this is type 18 of 18. So this is actually the last Monotype. We've been doing them since September last year, so... This is the last one. We've actually done all other 17 types. And they are catalogued on YouTube. We have VODs of every single one of them. Going back a long old way now. Appleton was actually one of my mons in Sword and Shield. Dude, we loved Appleton. We had, we did a nuzlocke, a hardcore nuzlocke in Sword and Shield. What? Oh. In 2022? I think it must have been. Around December 2022, I think is when it ended. And we had... Ludicolo was like the goat of the run. He was like the legend. A legend was born when Ludicolo joined the team. So we had an app... That's where the Fruit Boy thing comes from. We had an Appleton that we got in that run called Fruit Boy. He was godly. He lost. He was part of a run that actually failed because we got wiped by Alistair's Gengar in the Ghost Gym. His G-Max Gengar or whatever it was, Dynamax Gengar, absolutely kicked my ass. Because we didn't have anything that's faster than it, so it ended up just one-shotting everything we had. But Appleton was an absolute hero in that fight, even though he basically got destroyed. And a legend was born that day. A Fruit Boy, the Appleton, that stood firm against Gengar, you know? And, yeah, the meme came from there. So our version of Appleton was born in Sword and Shield as well, and then the legend has kind of lived on into this game. I'll be really sad if whatever the next one is in Gen 10, there's no Applin, because that's going to be devastating. That's going to be really... I don't think they would, though. I think it'd be a bit cruel if they did that after bringing Hydrapple and Applin in, and then going, yeah, Applin doesn't exist anymore. Because they're some of the newest mons, it would be weird for them not to be in the DLC. Or at least in the base game of whatever Generation 10 will end up being, so... Had Sword, though, so oh, yeah, of course, because it was exclusive, wasn't it? Flapple was in the other game. I remember now. I forgot that was a thing. Even for the Noxcat shags as well. Stuff like mobile instead of mobile. Yeah. It always makes me laugh though when people say people will like mention it and say that I say things funny. Squirrel, that's another one. That's one of Oreo's favorites, I know. She always finds it funny when I say squirrel. That was like one of those weird conversations we had once where she like mentioned something about it, or she sent me a video of one maybe from like Twitter, and I was like, oh yeah, it's a squirrel. And then I just got like a really funny look. I was like, say that again. I was like, squirrel. Like, what? Squirrel. And it was like, squirrel. Like, no, squirrel. And it like created this thing about it. So I can't say the word squirrel anymore, because apparently saying that word is like, creates a thing every time. Or it's like, that's not how it's said, it's squirrel. You know how I am. You know. The least enjoyment possible, so I can't say the word squirrel anymore, because I don't want people to enjoy themselves here in stream. That's how it is, you know? The aim of stream is to make everyone hate me by the end. As you know. Apparently I'm not doing a very good job, though. Wish there was more Dragon Fairy types other than Mega Altaria. We were talking about this, I think, last week. I think there might be in the future. I think eventually Dragon will be paired with everything. At least when it comes to non-legendaries, anyway. Because, I mean, a lot of them are covered in legendaries, aren't they? We have, like, Zekrom for electric and Reshiram for fire and stuff, but you don't see any other regular fire dragons, really. Well, actually, Turtonator might be, but it's Turtonator, so... You know. No one's going out of their way to get themselves a Turtonator, are they? But I think fire... Like, fire, fairy, electric, all those types of ones eventually will end up getting a pairing with dragon. It would be cool if they did anyway. If they didn't, then it's kind of just a missed opportunity on their part. Because I think people are asking for it. So, like, you know, win a few points with the fans. Oh, I didn't know you could go up here. Hold up. I've never been up here before. Yeah. Not bad. Even for the cat ears shags as well. Yeah, Gengar was cruel, dude. That guy hated us. The Sword and Shield ones were kind of cool. They were very hyped towards the end. We had Mouth, the Dracovish that ended up winning the run for us, I remember. He ended up one-shotting Leon's Charizard after Ludicolo. No, hang on. But Ludicolo, maybe we used Ludicolo, maybe Ludicolo did it the first time in something else? I don't remember now, actually. Ludicolo one-shot, oh, I can't remember. Maybe it wasn't Dracovish, maybe it was Ludicolo. I don't remember, either way. Think I can count the frames when you send that Amon in the Team Star base? Hey, it's pretty bad, isn't it? I think the worst one we had earlier was when we went to Cascarafa to go and do the Kofu gym fight and the sandstorm started. And it was like, you just run through the town and everyone was invisible. You could just see the speech, like, bubbles. And everyone slowly loaded in, but the game was so crunchy, it was really bad. Welcome in, OO. How's it going? Peeking in like that. Having a little peek. How's it going? Well, hair in my mouth. We don't like that. Ugh. Yeah, let's just go straight bulldoze, why not? Okay. Just under 50%, I'd say, there. I think he's going to live with a sliver. It's going to be Flame Wheel, probably. It's Sun boosted. I was going to say that did more than I thought it would, but Sun boost. Yeah, that's not terrible. Okay, how are you? That's a good question. I think I'm doing alright. I was kind of thinking about this earlier. It's one of those weird ones. It's a bit of a weird answer, really. Because I was talking about this earlier, and someone asked me like how I was doing. And I said, oh yeah, I'm fine. And then they were like, are you really fine? And I had like an existential crisis where I was like, am I just lying to myself and saying I'm fine? And that's just my default response, or am I actually okay? But I don't know anymore. No, I think I'm alright. I think I'm fine. I think I'm doing alright. We're just enjoying a bit of Pokemon on a Thursday evening. Ready to hopefully enjoy our weekend. Who knows? All the emotes. So many emotes. Let's just go with the easy option of bringing Goomy out and go for Water Pulse. Although the sun is still up, so... I don't know. It's not going to be quite as optimal, but... Oh, nice. We take the dodge on Screech. That's a good free turn. I think probably the... Oh, that was bad. Yeah, sunlight fades now. I mean, speed boost doesn't really mean anything here. The shader Starmobile, or whatever it's called. It's just going to lose to us. It can't beat a dragon team. There ain't no way. So, even little Goomy here is doing work on it. Jesus, that actually did quite a lot. Never mind. Ignore everything I just said. Shit. It is Goomy though, in fairness, so it's like it's not exactly our strongest mon out front. I just thought we'll chuck it out there because it's got a water move. Cyclizar will destroy this thing in 2 seconds, really. I mean, we still got Cyclizar, we still got Shelgon, we got Dragonair in the back. We'll be fine. Not worried. For reference as well, it's not like this isn't like a nuzlocke or anything, so the deaths don't matter. It's just a can you beat the game using only dragon types at level cap. So in our case, we're doing it making sure that we don't overlevel. So level 30 was what we did for the fight against Kofu in Cascarafa, so we just came backtracked and did this fight now. The level caps apply to the gym leaders, so for the case of like this, doesn't matter if we overlevel and come back really, because this isn't one of the caps that we use. But we basically use level caps, no terror, no items in battle, other than held items, of course. Only Pokemon we're allowed to use, obviously, in this case, dragon types, or whatever the type is that we'd be doing. And, yeah. Why is Terror banned? Because it's just a buff that's just unnecessary for the run, I think. I mean, whether it increases the power of our own moves or allows us to change type completely, which obviously breaks the rules because then we wouldn't be a dragon type anymore in some cases. It just gives us too much of a power boost that we don't need. It's kind of just, it's more of like a general to prove that you can beat the game at like vanilla base level without any kind of buffs pretty much to make it work. You know? And then if you added stuff on top, you could do it even easier. No. Nice shed skin switch there as well, that's handy. So yeah, so we do that. Is there any other rules I can think of? There's probably something else I can't remember. Oh, we got burned again, nice. But yeah, so when it comes to Terra, I always ban it for my own runs. No legends as well, or mythics, or paradoxes. That's the other one as well. Pretty much what we'll try and do, what the aim is when we start one of these runs is to complete a flawless run. Flawless being that we beat all of the, like, 25-ish boss battles in the game without dropping a fight. So that being you beat all of Team Star, all 8 of the gyms, all of the Titans. You then beat the rival battle at the end against Nemona, the rival battle against Arven, the rival battle against, well, battle against Clavel and Penny. And then you beat Professor Sada alongside the Elite Four. And basically, when you beat Professor Sada, it's the end of the run. Reason being that we're not using DLC mons, because when we started doing these, as I say, I started this in September last year. It's when I started going through all 18 types and trying to do them one at a time. So the DLC, I think DLC 2 maybe, or DLC 1, whichever one it was, I think had only just launched during the run. So because of that, we decided that it would be unfair if we used the DLC in runs afterwards, because if we didn't use it in all of them, then it kind of, you know, changes the rules of the challenge and gives advantages to certain ones. So we made it so that no DLC mons were allowed to be used. So yeah. It's just kind of like to impose a level of challenge on it without it being hard necessarily, you know? Like, it's impossible to fail the challenge because eventually we will complete whatever fight we're doing. It's just designed to be like a middle level challenge, you know? I always describe it like this when I describe it, right? So you got a nuzlocke, which is a battle-based challenge, really. Nuzlocke is a... You've got to be good at battles to play a nuzlocke. You kind of need to know your Pokemon inside out, and it's quite technical. Versus the Monotype is more of a strategical run. Because when you do the Monotype, the problem you're going to run into is at some point during the game, you're going to inevitably run into a fight that is only the type that you can't really beat very easily. And it forces you to have to try different strategies or mons or whatever to try and think of a way to beat whatever it is that you need to do. And in some cases, you don't really have very many options. Or you have no options and it kind of puts you in a really like horrible spot that you've got to think your way out of. And it's quite an interesting, like, technical strategy challenge in some cases to see how you can dig yourself out of certain spots. And also, it kind of forces you to use Pokemon that you've never played before. But, like, for me, in some of the other runs, it forces you to use Pokemon that you might not have normally used, because would I have randomly picked up a Toxicroak while I was running around and playing? Maybe not. But if I'm doing Mono Poison, and I think, well, I've got a fighting Poison type that's quite useful, I'm probably going to use it. So it's kind of an interesting way to expand your horizons of what you play and what you use, and unearth some kind of cool Pokemon you probably wouldn't have used otherwise. So that's the general gist of it, anyway, as to why we do what we do, really, and have the rules we do in place. Some people don't like it, probably, I don't know, but that's the way it is, isn't it? We have the rules that we do, and we run with it. But at the end of the day, I suppose, if you don't like the rules, then my run, really, so it doesn't really matter, does it, you know? It's like earlier when, like, someone came in right as I was about to do Iono, and I was talking to them. They were like, oh, I hate Miss Magius. I was like, well, it's a good job I'm fighting them then, isn't it? You know? Like, you ain't got to worry about it. It's me who's got to fight the Magius. Right, Larry. We need to beat him. We also need to go and find ourselves a Frigibax, who is going to be here, isn't he? At Deluzapa Pass. So, let's go grab one of those, and then we'll go and speed grind up to level 36. So we can go challenge Larry, claim glory, beat Nemona in the rival fight, and then go afterwards. Isn't Frigibax the pseudo legend? It is. At least I think technically it is. I'm sure it probably has the stats to be considered pseudo. It's the only thing I can think of from this gen that has that. Well, the new Pokemon anyway that has that title. So I assume it is the pseudo, yeah. No, it's just the road up to the right. Frigibax probably isn't going to get used a huge amount yet. Just because we already have kind of a settled team, albeit it will have evolved to Arctobax before we fight Larry, so. I think a pseudo is defined as its base stat total. I think so too. I think, isn't it something like anything... Oh, hello. Well, you're slightly too high level. We'll come back for Dino. There's no point getting one yet, because it can't evolve anyway. We can't even get Hydreigon until after we've beaten the Elite Four. I don't want to run into them. But I think it's... Is it anything that has... It's above 500 and something, isn't it, for pseudos normally, or up to about the 600 kind of range? Somewhere between the mid to high 5s up to the 6s. It's about the what's defined as a pseudo, I think. See, I always think there was other Pokemon that they could have thrown in when it came to pseudos that never technically were classed as them, like Kingdra and stuff like that. Kingdra not being a pseudo is an odd one. I feel like Kingdra should have. I mean, albeit it was added as an evolution to a line that already existed, but would have been cool if Kingdra was a pseudo and things like that. A few of them like that are kind of ones that people often think of as them, but I think it's an exact number, not just a general range. It might be. I can't remember exactly, to be honest, off the top of my head. It probably is. I don't know. I'm not really too worried about it, though. Hey, that's what we're looking for. Has to be exactly 600. Well, there you go. And then they all have them distributed differently depending on whatever. I don't know how they choose what stats they're going to be spec'd into, actually. That was easy. I thought that was going to take a little longer. Never mind. So that's Frigibax, who we now have in the team. The only Pokemon we're missing are Altaria, Noibat, Dreepy, Dragalge, Dino, and Tatsugiri. Those are the only dragons we're missing right now. Minus pseudos, anyway. I feel like we gotta take Shedtail, haven't we, really? I feel like when we used Cyclizar the first time, I want to say, did we ban Shedtail? We might. I don't remember this now. I'm kind of just thinking out loud. We may have banned the use of Shedtail when we had Cyclizar in for normal. Because I think we thought at the time it would have been too strong, and it turned out it actually wasn't too crazy. That and the normal type team was kind of goated anyway, but I thought there was a shiny then for a second. It was like an off-coloured Makuhia. Let's fly out of here now that we got what we needed. We need to fly up to the top of the map again. Where we're going? All the way up here. We have about 30 minutes of normal stream time left. Oh, he's level 36 already. Oh, that's annoying. That means we can't use him for the next gym. Alright, back Frigibax ain't getting used then. That's a bit unfortunate. Okay. Yeah, okay, so we won't level them up. We'll just evolve them next time then, I guess. This is my patent-pending XP farming method that I use for getting tons and tons of very quick XP. It's quite useful. We have to do this cutscene because we did all the Team Star fights before them. Forgot about this. Usually the way we do these Monotype runs is it's based on a 4-stream kind of schedule. The first stream, we usually do all the setup stuff, getting our first few Pokemon, leveling up, all that stuff, and getting up to beating Brassius. We've usually beaten Brassius, KE, Clorth in the first one, is really all we end up doing most of the time, because it takes a long time to catch all the early game mons that we need and things. Stream 2, which is this one, is everything between just beating Brassius and all the way up to beating Larry. Stream 3, which will be on Sunday, is everything between Larry and getting up to the stage right before the Elite Four. And then after that, the final one is the cleanup, where we basically do all the end game stuff. What was the most difficult type to do? I will answer that after the break, actually, because it looks like an ad break's just started. So I will wait a minute while that goes through, and then I will answer that question after the break. I'll finish making the sandwich, and then we'll... I needed to do it faster to make it more neat like I did last time. Oh well. We'll chuck the pick in. It's fine. Yeah, it's a good question though. What is the hardest one? Kind of a difficult choice. I don't know exactly. I need to prepare an answer by the time the break ends, don't I? I think I know what I would say, but not entirely sure. Always surprises everyone when I say the one that I think was the hardest anyway. Or at least in my opinion, what I thought the hardest one was. 50 seconds. Yeah, thank you for being here today, everybody, as well. Well, I suppose all the subs I'm talking to right now, aren't I? Some of you might not have the ads as well, but if you don't, thank you for being here. I appreciate you guys hanging out. So, yeah. Been a weird day today, it feels like. So thank you for bearing with me and hanging out while we've been doing Pokemon stuff and vibing, you know? I appreciate it. 20 seconds. Let's just chill here for 20 seconds. I'm not going to put the lo-fi on for 15 seconds. That feels a little redundant. Just spin in a circle for 10 seconds. And the break is over. There we go. So, to answer the question, I think, from my experience of doing all of these, there's two that stand out. Now, they're going to be big surprises, I think. Now, there's also something to be said with this. It's not necessarily because of the type, it's more of me just remembering the run and the way they went. So, one of them is a type that everyone considers really strong, which is why I say people will be quite surprised when they find out which one it is. Because one of them was Fairy. Now, I don't know what it was when we did Fairy type, but the game really didn't like us all that much. Our RNG was terrible, and just it felt like with what we had, our move pool was really bad for the most part, and it was really hard to break certain things. Well, we had certain options to be able to deal with certain Pokemon, but there was a few that were just completely walled us and left us in such a bad spot to try and win against. One of the main ones being the final fight against Nemona with an Orthworm. Because the way that the rest of the team stacked up is our stuff was all too frail to be able to take any hits. So Fairy was definitely up there. The original run, the first one we ever did, was Flying as well, and I would throw that in the mix, but more so just because it was the first run. So it was naturally a little more difficult because, you know, you pick up experience over time. And I think that kind of is the same for Fairy. Fairy probably lost out a bit because it was I think the second run we ever did. And honestly, if I did Fairy again now, it would probably be a completely different experience. But back then, it was quite difficult. The two easiest ones, I think, are quite easy choices as well. There's a few that have floated around there. Ghost at one point was definitely in that space. I would say, if I had to look right now and say, what do I think the two easiest, just from the way they played, were? One's a surprising... Actually, I think they're both quite surprising examples. Fire that we did last time was quite a dominant one, but I'm actually not going to say Fire. I'm going to say Bug and Ice. That's my choices for the two best runs. Bug and Ice. Because Bug I think dropped one fight the entire time. We lost to Iono at one point because of bad RNG with paralysis. And Ice is so far the only run we have done. The only one that has won every single fight. It's the only flawless run we've done. Ice is a very good offensive type, even if it has problems defensively. See, everyone says that, because whenever I say Ice is a weird one to bring up as one of the best one, everyone goes, well, Ice is great offensively, and it's like, yeah, but at the same time, unless you're one-shotting everything, it's a problem, right? That's the problem we ran into. It's like, if you're not one-shotting things, you're in trouble. Now, thankfully, we were a lot of the time, or we were one-moving things because we had a Cloyster with Skill Link, and we used Icicle Spear. But I think that the Ice one people might think is a bit easier than it is because you have pretty much one defensive option in the entire game, which is like Avalugg. That's about it. Everything else is like absolute dog water when it comes to defense. So if your offense isn't strong enough, or you just can't quite finish off people in one hit, you are in big trouble. But thankfully we never really got anywhere near that because we just used Shell Smash Cloyster, and that, quite frankly, Cloyster trivialized the game, I would say. Yeah. But I would, well, we don't really want Aqua Tail, but better than Wrap, innit? Snow was added to replace Hail, which boosts Ice-type defense. It's true, I mean it does, but it wasn't really that useful. Nor did we have much of a place to get it onto the team. With the only exception really being that running in a Bomber Snow every once in a while was kind of helpful. We didn't really have a huge amount of snow going for us most of the time. We just relied on a few, like, hyper-offense mons to do it. I mean, yeah, actually, I don't think, yeah, we never used snow at all with Avalug or anything like that, you know? Isn't Skill Link a better version of loaded dice? It guarantees a 5-hit every time on a 5-hitter move. Or it guarantees the max hits on any move like that. In the case of Cloister, if you wanted to, you could chuck Pin Missile, Rock Blast, and Icicle Spear on it. And you could pretty much get coverage for most things in the game. And it will guarantee hit 5 times every time. Plus then you do what we did and mix it with Shell Smash. So you get +2 attack every time. And +2 speed. And I think when we did it, at least when we did Mono Water, we had a Cloister as well. We used White Herb, but we didn't do that in the second one. Don't know why, actually. I can't remember, but if you do that as well to offset the defensive drop that you get from Shell Smash, it makes Cloister an absolute monster. But we did use Loaded Dice, Bullet Seed, Scovillain, actually, last time in Mono Fire as well, which was quite effective. So I quite like that as a setup as well, actually. I've got to say, shout out to the Scovillain. I can't remember what Scovillain's name was. Oh, it was just called Bell. We named that after Chili Peppers, I remember. It was just Bell Pepper, that one. Yeah, Bell Pepper. Pretty much when it comes to these mono runs, from my, like, main discovery of what the best offensive strat in the game is, it pretty much, if you get any kind of booster on your team, it just becomes inevitable that you're going to win. Volcarona with Quiver Dance, Shell Smash, Cloister. Probably there'll be one in this as well if I run someone with Dragon Dance and I'm able to get them boosted. I'm sure it's going to be a trivial run through this game as well, quite frankly. Particularly in the end game. If I can get like Dragon Dance Haxorus or something, it's just is over. The game is finished because it's just going to walk through everything. But yeah, I feel like the ones though that didn't have a booster were more interesting generally. Poison was a fun one. I like Poison. Poison was nice because it added a lot of synergy with the team. Like Toxapex worked really well with other people. Toxapex and Skuntank were a really good duo together because the ability to poison boost with Venoshock on both of them. So you Baneful Bunker, get the poison, then you get the boost on both of them with Venoshock, and in the case of Toxapex, you also had it with Merciless, so it gets guaranteed crit on poison targets. So we would just guaranteed crit every time with our Venoshock that was at 120 BP. It would just wreck everything. It was amazing. What held items did Scarlet Violet add again? I forgot. I honestly don't know off the top of my head. I remember they added like the Clear Amulet, which stops, prevents any stat drops. I want to say Ability Shield, maybe, and Covert Cloak, which prevents you getting... I think Ability Shield stops you getting your ability changed. And Covert Cloak... Can't actually remember what that does, to be fair. There wasn't too much they added ability item-wise that was that useful, to be honest. One thing that would have been quite interesting in these Monotype runs, and I actually think would have been a big change, like game changer, would be weakness policy. If weakness policy was in this game, it would be interesting to see how some of the teams would have done. I think they would have been a lot stronger with weakness policy. For anyone who doesn't know, basically weakness policy was that if you got hit by a super effective move, it would give you stat boosts. So you could pretty much make yourself way stronger by throwing yourself into a move that was going to do big damage but not kill you. So you'd basically bank on the fact you could eat the hit from whatever was coming at you with a super effective move to get the boosts and then subsequently, like, revenge kill it. Kind of works the same way that, like, something like Steam Engine or whatever it is works on Colossal. where you get Colossal to end up getting hit with a water move and then it boosts it. Gets like massive speed increase. Yeah, I don't know about the rest of the Scarlet and Violet items, to be honest. I think old Bulbapedia or whatever, or Cerebi is your best bet on that one. I can only remember a couple of them. I kind of just stick to the same couple of items that I use for these and then don't really venture too far, you know. Leftovers, Assault Vest, Life Orb. Sometimes I use a Choice Scarf. It depends if we have anything fast enough to not need one. Rocky Helmet we use quite a lot. Sometimes we'll use Focus Sash as well, but again, that kind of depends if we have a frail team or not. I don't think we'll use Sash with Dragon at all. I don't think we'll use Choice Scarf either, to be honest. Or Choice... Yeah, no, Choice Scarf, yeah. Don't think we'll use that either. Realistically, we'll probably run Rocky Helmet on someone, but... Might be Appleton if we want to tank stuff with it or something. Focus Energy on Axew, definitely not needed. Iron Defense, not wanted either. We're also not fighting the Blissies, as you may see. And that's just because we don't want to over-level. Because level 36 is the cap that we're playing to now, which is against Larry. So we don't want to go above level 36. So as long as we're level 36 when we fight against Larry, even if we level up during the fight, we're fine. So we make sure that we stay under when we get there at 36, and then we can over-level during the fight, and it doesn't matter. It's the way that that works. At least for us, anyway. Mileage may vary with how other people do level caps, but that's the way we do it. I think that's the common way. Nice. 35 on little Axew there, who I think... Axew, I think, might well feature against Larry. I might... If I'm going to do that, I think probably what I've got to do is run Axew with Chesto Berry and Dragon Dance on turn 1. If I can get a double Dragon Dance and survive fighting Komala, I'm pretty sure Axew will sweep the whole fight. So I might try that and go for a Dragon Dance Axew. He needs his time. Axew has been, like, sat kind of, not on the bench, but he hasn't really done a huge amount so far. I don't think he wants Dragon Pulse, does he? No, 36 special attack. No, thank you. I would rather not take Dragon Pulse. Oh yeah, Booster Energy, that's another one. Yeah. Ability Shield, Clear Amulet. Mirror Herb, Punching Glove. Covert Cloak, Loaded Dice. Was Loaded Dice in this one? I thought maybe it was in a different one, but... Maybe it is. It probably is, to be honest. I'm just thinking it came before. Surprised it took them until Gen 9 to add a type boosting item for Fairy type that's not a Pixie Plate. I suppose, did Fairy ever get a gem back in that era? Oh no, that was pre-Fairy, wasn't it? That was Black and White. I was thinking it was X and Y, it isn't. Oh, it was Black and White era. When the gems used to be a thing. Never mind. How much XP are we rocking? 3,000, 4,000. Okay, I think we can get away with one more Chansey. Maybe two. Oh. You know what? Ooh, that'd be interesting. What if I ran Cyclizar as the lead against Larry to eat the Yawn? Then you Shed Tail. Ooh, that's an interesting idea, isn't it? Breaking Swipe is good as well because of the minus attack, so I actually am tempted to keep it and drop Bite for Dragonclaw. Yeah, I guess so. Goomy won't get leveled up here to 36 just because it's I mean, it's not got any attacking moves other than special moves. Not going to kill a Blissey. So let's do that. I think Axew and Cyclizar are going to be our combo here for winning this. Fruit Boy's a safe bet. Gabite is always good here. Dragonair is solid. And I think we bring Shelgon as our last. This will be our team for Larry. I don't think we need to spend too much time kind of figuring out what we want to do for it. I think this is about as solid as it needs to be. We just need to change the berries. Don't know if Big Root works on Leech Seed. I don't know if we've ever confirmed that, but we'll go for it anyway. Why not? If it doesn't work, it doesn't work. It doesn't really matter. And the only other thing we want is a chestnut berry. There we go. On Axew. Right, let's go fight Larry. We've got 10 minutes before we hit the 5-hour mark, so plenty of time. How many Terra Shards do you need to set a Terra type? Great question, actually. I don't know. I don't think I've ever done it before. I've never changed a Terra type. I would assume probably 10 or something like that. Seems like a typical amount for something like that in a game. Yeah, I'm not entirely sure, actually. Though. It's a good question. I would assume 10, though. But I could be wrong. We have to do our rival fight after this as well. Surprised that we've managed to gain as much time as we have here. For a while we were really behind schedule on this. We sped up quite a lot here. You already know what you're supposed to order? I do. I've played, as I said earlier, remember this is run number 18 of 18. So I've done this 17 times already. So when it comes to things like that, I've pretty much by force memorized all of this stuff anyway. The only thing is, I always want to pick cheese for the last one because we have a long running inside joke about the word cheese. But I always remember this lemon, not cheese. But I always want to pick it every time instead. But it should be grilled rice balls, medium serving, Fire Blast style extra crispy, with a lemon. If I remember rightly. There we go. That was convenient, wasn't it? I'd say you just kind of pick this stuff up after a while, don't you? I mean, I've done it 17 times, so you sort of tend to just remember it after a while. It's like how now, because of the amount of times I've done it, you'll see me running around and just be like, oh yeah, this will be TM Protect. And I'll just go and pick it up. And it'll be TM Protect or something like that. Or I'll be like, oh, this is whatever. And it'll just be some random TM that I'll just run around and pick up, but I already know what it is. Or item. Like, oh, this is going to be Muscle Band. And I'll pick it up and it's Muscle Band. Or whatever. Leftovers I come and get in the first stream every time of a new type. Before we've done Gym 1, I'll always run up here and grab leftovers. So, you just get used to it after a while. It becomes more of an autopilot thing, you know? Yeah, they Thanos snapped the people who were sat there. They're actually just stuck to their seats they're handcuffed to the seats under the floor. It'll flip over again in a bit and then they'll come back up. But for now, they're stuck down there, though. Good old Larry, the people's champ right here. Feel bad beating Larry. Everyone loves him. Him and his sleepy Kamala. Yeah, I reckon he probably goes for Yawn. So it makes me tempted to go for a Dragon Claw turn 1. Yeah, let's do it. Breaking Swipe. Isn't Cyclizar dragon normal? It is indeed. Oh, it actually attacked me. That works. Watch it break the sub immediately. Hey, nice. Oh, there's a Dragonair in chat. I didn't even notice. Alright, sub broken. It's fine. Little Axew is like half sunk in the floor. Look at him, his little roar. Like, yeah, I'm ready. I'm gonna give him one more boost. I think we can afford to take the hit. Look at him. His roar of freedom. He's ready to go crazy right here. Yawn is a waste of a move as well because we're already chestoed. So I reckon if we wanted to, we could probably go for another boost. Well, let's go for a Dragon Claw and wipe this thing off the face of the earth in double quick time. That's what I think. Yeah, Cyclizar is normal dragon. You are correct. I don't know if this will one-shot this thing, actually, but... Ooh, that's with two... Ah, that's annoying. 2 Dragon Dances, and it still wasn't enough to one-shot the Dunsparce. I mean, it doesn't Axew. If that was Fracture, it probably would have, but... So don't get why they removed set mode in Scarlet and Violet. Me neither. Then again, I think I'll never be able to understand how the Pokemon Company thinks, because they make some really... It's like why they haven't added the EXP share. Like the EXP share that you can turn off yet. The universal one, you still haven't had the option to be able to switch it off. Which is weird. It's been in for what, like 3 gens now since they added it, and I don't think you've been able to switch it off. Ever. You could either just have it on or off. That was... No, actually, no, you could... No, I say that. You could have it in Gen 6, you could switch it off, I think, in X and Y. I feel like after that, they just permanently threw it on in Sword and Shield and that. Maybe you could do it in Sun and Moon, you could switch it off as well. But 8 and 9, they kept it on and you can't get rid of it. I suppose set battle in this case isn't really that much of an issue, because we aren't really too worried about it. We just don't switch when it gives us the option. Although the only thing about that is, of course, is you see what's coming out next, and it allows you a... Well, it's not really much of an advantage, but you at least see what's coming at you. You can't change anything about it, because it's not like I'm allowed to switch anyway, so I couldn't switch... Oh, that's one of the other rules as well. I forgot to say earlier, we play on set mode, effectively. We can't actually do set mode, but we play with, like, self-imposed set mode. Nice. Not a lot of damage. We did get intimidated, though. Whole point of set is kind of just to remove the temptation to switch to begin with. I don't know. I don't know about that, actually. Yeah, I would say realistically, when it comes to that type of thing, it's like, I mean, I don't know how to describe it. I guess I have the self-control to stick to my rules anyway, so I'm not worried about, like, whether it's set mode or not. Because whether I was playing on set mode or not, I would know I'm not going to switch anyway, so there is no temptation. So it doesn't bother me. Well, I guess some people, maybe it does. Click no every time, but I don't want to have to go through another dialogue box. I mean, maybe. I don't know, it's just personal preference. It doesn't bother me personally, but, you know. There you go. If you don't like it, you don't like it, you know? Doesn't really bother me too much, though. Well, that was very easy. I mean, I thought it would be, but... Do they at least let you change the text speed in Gen 9? They do. I should have done that already, actually, and I haven't. I've said about 4 times this stream I need to change the text speed to fast, and I haven't. But... Really like how Gen 9 brought back the last Pokemon theme from Gen 5. Yeah, it's because of the DLC is like... what is it? The place that you go to is supposed to be like off the coast of Unova or something, isn't it? So they brought back the Gen 5 Wild Battle theme and stuff. It's pretty cool. I haven't played that much of that DLC actually, but I did enjoy the touch of the nostalgic music coming back. Makes me think it's the closest that they'll be to a Gen 5 remake for a long time, or a remaster or anything like that. I mean how the music changes when you're on a gym leader's last mon? Well, I just mean the whole thing in general, you know? It's just nostalgic to bring back any of the music. But they did it in Sword and Shield as well. So... They had the music change in Sword and Shield. So they didn't bring it back in Gen 9, they already brought it back last gen. Because they had the like change of the music when or when they Dynamaxed instead, not last mon I guess. But Dynamax was always pretty much the last mon anyway, so. Or if not was the last Pokemon. So I guess yeah, it was actually in Gen 8. They had the Gym Leader Last Mon theme in Sword and Shield. It just kind of felt like the same song with more instruments. I mean, I don't know. I mean, it doesn't really bother me. I thought it's different enough to make it sound interesting, you know? That's just how it is. I like the fact they did it at all. I mean, they could have just gone with nothing and just done the regular theme, so... Considering it's Pokemon Company and how lazy they are most of the time, the fact they even did anything that was different for the music was a surprise. But the Sword and Shield music kind of hits different though. I quite like the Sword and Shield gym music. It's just an opinion thing at the end of the day though, isn't it? You know? Do you want them to bring back low HP music? Do you want my absolutely brutally honest answer? I feel like I could apply that to like anyone ever asking me would I like something to come back into the game. But my brutally honest answer when it comes back to anyone ever asking me of would I like anything back in another Pokemon game is I honestly don't care. Because I'm going to play it regardless. I'm not really that worried about whether they bring things back or not, you know? It's just kind of like one of those, yeah, I'll play it either way, so I'm not really that bothered. So, yeah, my like, brutally honest answer is, whether they do or not, I don't really care, you know? Doesn't matter if they bring back some music or not. It's not going to change whether I play the game. I'll still probably play it either way, you know? It's kind of just how I am. Oh, hang on. We'll wait for that shot to go through on Goomy. That's a bit unfortunate timing for that break there, but I guess it's, yeah, it's because I've just gone over the midnight mark. That's why it's come up. So I guess we'll switch to the BRB now that the Goomy's gone down. And we'll wait a second. Next Pokemon coming out for all the subs who can hear me right now is Pormo. It's not going to make any difference because Demone is still going to get just clowned on either way, but... He's bringing a Pormo out next. There you go. We'll just chill here. I need to put the lo-fi on, don't I? There we go. There's the lo-fi. And we're back from the break. There we go. We didn't advance anywhere on. We just watched Goomy die and then... Which was on stream anyway, and then waited. We always wait for the ad breaks if they come up midway through things. Make sure that nobody misses anything. Hi, Socially. How are you doing, dude? Welcome in. How have you been? Stopped playing the new Pokemon games, to be honest. The magic kind of faded for me, and even the older games don't really feel the same. Basically, you have to do a challenge run or a ROM hack to really feel anything with Pokemon anymore. Is that the same with watching people play it as well, then? Because I guess my next question, if that's the case of losing the magic of Pokemon, would be... Do you watch it on Twitch and feel the same thing? I guess if you say yes, as probably there's only one answer there, because if you say yes, then it would be like, why are you here? You know? I guess if you're like, no, I hate the game, but I watch people stream it. I don't know. Doing pretty good. How are you guys? I'm doing alright, you know? I'm doing okay, I think. It's been a long night tonight, I think. A long, It's been pretty fun, but it's been a long night tonight, you know? I think I'll be glad for, having a bit of a, you know, mental recharge the next couple of days before Sunday, I think. Go on, Fruit Boy. Oh, I was hoping for a one-shot, never mind. I'm glad you're doing pretty well though, my dude. Good to see you as always. Not quite the same with watching. I still like the anime and like watching it. I like watching Pokemon in general. Haven't been completely disillusioned with the franchise as a whole. Yeah, fair enough. I mean, I know the last few games aren't as popular anymore and people don't watch... people don't enjoy them as much with the playing side of things, but... I don't know. I think to some degree... Sword and Shield and Scarlet and Violet, I think, do get kind of a bit of a slightly unfairly bad reputation for certain parts. They definitely have flaws, but I think at the end of the day, there's certain parts of them that people kind of just love to hate for not many reasons, I think, you know? Kind of just one of those things where it became like the trend where everyone went, Scarlet Violet sucks, and then even all the people who hadn't played it just went, yeah, it sucks, and it's like, you never played it, you wouldn't know. Interact with Pokemon differently now. Still really like a lot of the new designs each generation introduces, even if I don't play the games anymore. Same with me, that's another thing that everyone complains about. Like, oh, Clef Key's just a key ring. It's like... Yeah, but... Like, that's my favorite thing to get into, like... interesting conversations with Pokemon people about. I like, rant about this every once in a while. You'll get people that'll be like, oh, well, Pokemon designers got so lazy. They make Pokemon that are just like a garbage bag now. Haha. It's like, okay. Here's my argument. How much of Gen 1 is just a ball with a face on it? Geodude is just a rock with arms. Ghastly is just a ball with eyes and a mouth. Voltorb is just a ball. Like, I feel like people sit there and they're always like, wow, well... oh, design's so lazy, and it's like, Gen 1 exists. Like, you can't complain about modern day Pokemon designs and then look at Gen 1 and be like, oh, well, that was the peak of design and they were so creative. Geodude is a fucking rock with a face and 2 arms. Like, you know? It's like, I don't get why people get so like up in arms about Gen 1's design compared to modern Pokemon designs. It doesn't really make sense why people get so mad about it, for me. Just the same. Hilarious seeing Gen 1ers complain about inanimate object mons when they have literally a freaking Pokeballs. And yeah, I think the Gen 1, that's kind of the same thing about everything though. Like, nostalgia lords complain about everything in games. Like, I'm a Destiny player, or at least I was until recently. I guess I haven't really played so much recently. But Destiny 2 came out, and kind of the game hasn't been quite the same since. And like, recently it kind of had a big last hurrah for the final DLC that came out. But the entire, what, 7 years that Destiny 2 has been out, all you get is people being like, oh, D1 is such a better game. It's just not. It's just worse. Like, for everyone who wants to sit there and say Destiny 1 is such a much better game, it's just not. It was just worse. It was locked to fucking console. You can't say that the game is better if it was locked to consoles only. Not only that, just everything about D1, most of it was just not that great. It's just nostalgia lords with their rose-tinted glasses going, oh well, back in 2016, and it's like, we ain't in 2016 anymore. Move on. Like, you aren't playing... Are you playing D1 anymore? No. Are you playing D2? Yes. There you go. If you loved it so much, you'd still be playing it. And you're not. The nostalgia lords annoy me so much. Yeah, Purple Goo is also another Pokemon, yeah, with Grimer and Muck. I think I only played one Pokemon game in my life. I watched the show a bit too, but never got into it. Well, there you go. So, I guess by that logic, socially, I've been your most long-term Pokemon experience, watching me play the games. There you go. That's kind of cool in itself, isn't it? Well, I'm glad to have shown you, what it's like. Sometimes. I don't like how Gen 5 gets so much flack for its Pokemon designs. There's a fair bit of decent designs. Yeah, it's funny though, isn't it? Because like everyone has one thing about every generation they don't like. Gen 5 is considered one of like the better gens, and then people still complain about the designs, but everything else about Gen 5 was like really good. People forget how bare bones D1 was. Yeah, D1 was not a great game. Like, it became better over time, but it's like... This is the thing that I always hear about when people talk about this, so I'm going on a bit of a tangent here. When people talk about Destiny 1, they say, oh, it's such a great game. This was better, and this was better, and this was better, and this was better. And it's like, okay. Then they compare it to D2, and they say, well, vanilla was terrible. Do you forget vanilla D1? Every mission in the campaign was defend the ghost and just stand there and kill enemies while the ghost hacked shit. And that was like the entire campaign. And then the whole story was like, wow, there was no story after all. And it took them 10 years to build the story through D2 to basically do it justice. It's like people forget, people take a period of time where things were great and they look at that as like that's how the whole thing was. And when it comes to Destiny 1, everyone looks at Age of Triumph, Taken King, and they're like, that's how the entire 3-4 years was. And it wasn't. Like, it was like 1 year, and then it was gone. It was good, yeah, sure, it was great stuff. But it was 1 year, it wasn't the whole game. The rest of the time was bad. House of Wolves wasn't great. Dark Below was okay. Vanilla wasn't great. I mean, it was fun, but it wasn't great. Rise of Iron, even that was kind of meh. It's alright. Age of Triumph made the game great, but it's like people live in those really great periods and don't forget any of the bad stuff. Or don't remember any of the bad stuff. And then when it comes to what they're comparing it against, they only compare it about the bad things. They don't talk about the fact that as a game, D2 performs incredibly, like, way higher than D1 does. Graphically, it's better. Smoothness is on a better engine. You know? There's way more stuff in-game. The guns and stuff generally feel better than they did in D1. There's a lot more, like, variety in the game as well. Missions are way more advanced than they used to be. There's actually campaigns. There's a lot of stuff that's different, but people forget, like, the 2 or 3 small things, and they go, oh, that's why it's the best. And they just hold on to it and never say that anything else is better than the one thing that they thought was the small period of time that was when it was the best. Yeah, it's really silly. Still kind of miss Vanilla D2, to be honest, but that's because they vaulted everything. Kind of wish they let you play stuff like Red War still. See, here's this is like my take on that. Everyone says that. Right? Everyone goes, well, Red War, Curse of Osiris, Warmind. Everybody always brings it up, right? As like a thing as to why they didn't like the vaulting, which is fine. I'm also going to switch to the lab here as well. But everyone talks about that as content vaulting and says about how it should still be in the game or whatever. But then when you've got to look at it, you go, why was it removed? Because no one played it. It was just in the game as dead space. No one was playing Red War. Like, that's why it got removed in the first place. And it's like everyone wants to... Yeah, it's like, not specifically in your example there, because you're saying about you would actually play it. But like, half the people who sit there and go, oh, Red War, oh, Curse of Osiris, Black Armory Forges. How often did you actually play that, and when was the last time you actually played it? You only complained because it was gone. You know? People didn't actually want to play it. They just went, well, it's gone now. I wanted to play it. It's like, well, you had 4 years to play it and you played it once, you know? That's like, eh. I don't mind that it got kicked out of the game to make better things. But that's just me. Never really did. Osiris, because of Osiris and Warmind, good. They weren't that... Well, Warmind was okay. Curse of Osiris was terrible. Currently, when you drop a new light into D2, they're basically completely lost with no story context. Yeah, new light experience is terrible. New light experience is awful and they need to overhaul it. That being said, will they? I don't think they will. I don't think they will bother overhauling any of that type of stuff now, because what's the point? Like... What, the context being patrols? I mean... Yeah, but patrols aren't, like, complicated in the first place, you know? I'm confused. Want Red War? Oh, the Red War bit. Red War back in because it actually provides a fair bit of context for new lights. Does it, though? Does it, though? See, that's my thing. What's the relation that Red War has to the current story that's just played out? The only thing, the final cutscene after you finish the campaign shows the pyramids. That's the only relation there is to anything currently in game right now in Red War. That's like my point on it. But people won't listen to that because they'll just be like, no, Red War, we want it back. And it's like it doesn't make like there's no point bringing it back story-wise because it doesn't relate to anything. You had Dominus Ghoul, who was a big old bitch in his white armor, got his ass kicked, and then that was it. The only other time he came back was in a seasonal story once as a nightmare, and you killed him in about 5 minutes. I don't know. See, I don't say that as well. It's not like one of these situations where I'm like, I'm just going to debunk everything you say. It's like just one of those things that it's just like a common thing that you see people say, like, wow, Red War. And it's like, Red War wasn't that great. That's just the way it is. Like, as a D2 player who played since... I mean, it's almost been 10 years since I started playing. Because what? I mean, I played on day 1 of D1, which was what, September... I want to say it was September 6th or 7th or something. 2014. I started on day 1 and I played all the way up until final shape with I think one break of about 3 months in that entire time across 10 years of D1 and D2, you know? And it's like not many people can say that probably when it comes to that type of thing. It's like, yeah, so a lot of it like doesn't make sense anymore in comparison. It's not sorely missed, but people think it is. I don't know, maybe I'm just cynical. Probably am. Yeah, it doesn't have much like regular story like relevance anymore, you know. Just want the whole journey where you get your light back, but not really the whole Red War aspect. See, even that though is like that was the biggest disappointment about vanilla Destiny 2 for me, right? They built up the whole like you're going to be lightless and you lose the fight against Dominus Ghoul, and I was like, that sounds sick. Yeah, you lose it for 5 minutes. And then you get it back after doing what, like 2 story missions on the EDZ. That's like, it's not quite as cool then, is it? I think if you had a genuine long period of time where you got your ass kicked and lost the light and it was like, oh shit, what do we do now? It would have been cooler. But they gave it back too quickly, I think. They gave it back too quick and it didn't ruin the experience, but it killed the hype of like, oh, they're actually doing something really interesting with losing the light to, oh, they're just giving it back to you straight away again. I mean, that's my opinion on it. Everyone's going to have a different take on all that stuff, I know. And that's the way it is with all opinions on games. Everyone has different takes about different things. But for me, it's like, it just felt like a wasted opportunity that they probably should have expanded on more. I mean, that's kind of what it comes down to with like everything in Destiny though, isn't it? It's like everyone has an argument for why something should still be in the game or whatever, but they don't think about like the actual opposite logical side of it. Like sunsetting, right? Everyone just sits there and goes like, sunsetting was the worst thing that ever happened. And it's like, okay. So sunsetting was terrible. would you still be using Recluse and Mountaintop now, 4 years after they introduced sunsetting? Yes. And then you'd complain there's no weapon variety. So it's like... Because, I mean, I think people don't realize with things like that sometimes that there's a ceiling of how interesting Bungie can make weapons and how they have to keep power creeping everything to make something better. So people will hop off of the same shit they've been using for the last 3 years. And they forget that whole concept exists. And they're like, meh, sunsetting. And it's like, yeah, but it had to happen, really. Like, I've never had a problem with it, you know? Yeah, they should improve the new light experience, though. They should. I don't think they will, honestly. They've said they're going to, but to be honest, the way that everything's gone at Bungie recently, I think the game's going to be dead within the next year. Because they've already said there's no annual expansions anymore. So, I mean, it's kind of like, someone said this the other day in a video. If there's no annual expansions, what is there to hold on for anymore? You used to sit through the bad times of D2 because you went, well, when Lightfall comes along, or Final Shape comes along, or... you know, Taken King comes along, it'll be worth it because they're going to pull out a banger expansion and it's going to be great. Lightfall was crap. It wasn't that great. Final Shape was amazing. But now they go, well, there's no DLC, so there's no carrot on the end of a string anymore, is there? So what's the point of staying? There's no more DLCs or things coming. So, like, there's no reason for me to be optimistic about the future of D2 and go, I should keep playing for the next however long while the DLC gets made, because there isn't going to be any. So yeah, I don't know. They say they're going to change the new light experience, or they want to make it better, but I think there's kind of no point, because what new players are going to join D2 now? Hi Raz, thank you for the Hydrate Spinal as well. Just ranting about Destiny. I like sunsetting somewhat because it stops you from being miles behind if your power floor didn't go up. That's true. That's fair. I always just liked it because it made the meta more interesting. People forget that sunsetting came in when Recluse Mountaintop was the answer to any problem in the game. But then people also complain there's no weapon variety, and it's like, but you also choose to use the same weapons every time you do a raid, same weapons, PvP, same weapons, strikes, same weapons, Grandmaster. People, you know, when like Master and Grandmaster was first becoming a thing, everyone just used the same stuff. You know? And then it gets nerfed and then everyone complains, and it's like, well, just find something else that's OP instead. I don't know. Like Still Hunt the other day that got nerfed, and all the hunters were complaining that it's terrible now, and it's like, it got 25% damage nerf, and it was overpowered to begin with. Like, 25% probably only brings it in line with some of the rest of the stuff for an exotic, special weapon that was dealing more damage than exotic heavy rocket launchers per shot. And people are like, no, it's terrible now, they nerfed it. And it's like, good. People are getting kicked out of raid groups because they weren't playing hunters with the sniper. If you're a Titan, you weren't getting in a raid group. You get fucking shunned on the goddamn things. You get shunned by people for playing Titan. Anyway, I've ranted about D2 enough. We need to start raiding out. In a minute, anyway. Her just been lurking in a dark corner. Fair play, fair play. Love a lurk, though. Thank you for the lurk, though, Raz. I appreciate it, you know? But yeah, so I will be back on Sunday. That's the next day I'll be back. I'm going to be playing more Scarlet and Violet, as I do on a Sunday. Thursdays and Sundays is Pokemon Day. The other 2 days are usually variety stuff. We just finished playing Dishonored on Tuesdays. And on Wednesday, we've been playing War Thunder recently, which has been pretty fun. We did that yesterday, and we had a good time, including a funny clip of an M22 Locust that was being rather annoying. So I'll be back again on Sunday for some more Scarlet and Violet, where we'll continue on Mono Dragon. Usual stuff always applies. Best ways to find out information about the stream is following the stream if you don't already, of course, to keep up with notifications, or if not, and you already do. Discord, Twitter, links below, you know the drill. You know how it is. Yeah. The usual stuff. That being said, we're going to be raiding out, so I will say goodbye to you all in a moment. I'll read through everything that happened today, though, so we don't miss anything, and everybody gets thanked for all the things they did. There's not that many today, though, so I don't have to rush, which is nice. But let me put our raid in. We're going to raid Orange today, who is playing what? What are they playing today? Mario Kart 8 Deluxe, not Pokemon. Not doing BDSP. They must have finished their Nuzlocke, I think. I'm not sure. Copy the raid message. If you aren't subscribed, you can also unlock the Noxcat emote for 100 channel points and therefore use it in the raid if you would like. Always good to repost it first, though, to make sure it actually works. First things first, though. Mr. Mirage TGS with a cheeky 85 stream streak. Thank you very much, my dude. I really appreciate it. And I hope you've had a good time lurking today and had some good stuff on Apex. I think I saw you playing earlier. Thank you for being here, mate. I appreciate it. Shiny Umbreon Queen, thank you very much for the follow earlier as well. I appreciate it. Welcome to the stream officially, to the lab. And same with Figzo12. Welcome to the lab as well. Thank you for being here and hanging out with us. I appreciate it. Mirage with the on-screen celebration, the 10-bitty fireworks. I don't even know what it does. Confetti? I've never seen it, so I don't know what it actually does. But the on-screen celebration, thank you very much for that, my dude, as well. Nitty, I don't know why I pronounced the T's so aggressively there, but Nitty with the 25 stream streak. Insane stuff right there. 25 streams in a row. It's quite a lot of streams right there. Thank you very much, Nitty, as well. I appreciate it. And then the creme de la creme of the old stream streaks. Oreo, 155. I can't with that. 155. Insane. But I hope you all have a good one, and I'll see you on Sunday, yeah? You take it easy. Bye, everybody. I didn't switch screens, oh well.